Making a website has never been easier, and in this tutorial I will show you step by step how you can create an amazing website from scratch using the Divi theme. My name is Ferdy and let me show you what we will cover in this tutorial. This is the website we are going to create using the Divi builder. You have a beautiful header over here, and if I scroll down, look at this. The logo changes, it becomes a darker logo, and the background changes. Right now our header looks like this, but you can also create a header like this or like this. The sky is the limit. We will create this page from scratch, and I will show you step by step how easy it is to create pages using the Divi theme. And if you want to change something, just click on it and adjust it. I can double click over here, change the color. That's how easy it is. I click over here, then I can change the order of the images. Now this one will appear first. It's just a matter of dragging and dropping. If I don't like it, I can just say Command or Control Z and everything will be as it was. If I want to change the colors over here, just double click. I can drag the editor around, or I can make it bigger. I can put it to the side of the page, or I can change the height and the width over here. So let me drag this to the right. I can hover over here and select certain areas I want to adjust. And when I do that, immediately I can change that particular thing over here. So maybe I want to invert the colors. And if I like it, I can say right mouse click, copy the module cells, right mouse click, paste the module cells, and there you go. Or even better, right mouse click, extend the blurb styles throughout the whole page, or only throughout the section or through this row. So if I say section, only all blurbs in this section will be adjusted. So if I say extend, there you go. And that's how easy you can adjust things within the Divi builder. How can we apply this? If I want to change this background, I can do that over here. I can have a gradient. So I can change it to something like this. And if I like it and I want to apply it to multiple areas on the website, I just say right mouse click, copy the section styles, scroll down, and at the next area, paste the section styles. If I want to create some extra space, it's really simple. I just drag it. It's that easy. So I will show you step by step how to create all these areas over here. And of course, you can adjust the content to your wishes. We're going to talk about creating blog posts, creating a portfolio, and of course, we're going to create a footer for our website. So the header, the footer, the whole page, everything will be created using the Divi Visual Builder. And of course, we're going to make sure that everything is optimized for all devices. We go to the About page. We're going to create something like this. Talk about our theme. Throughout all the pages we're going to create, you will learn more and more on how to make websites using the Divi theme. And if you take a look at this area, we copied it and pasted it from the homepage. It was this area, and by copying it and pasting it and adjusting it, you can save a lot of time. That's what we're also going to do. We're going to speed up our workflow so you can make websites fast and efficiently. We're going to talk about Divi Cloud. That means that you can save an area like this to your Divi Cloud and then use it on any website you're creating using the Divi theme. And I will also show you how you can import all these pages that I've created in this tutorial for free in a matter of minutes. If we take a look at the blog page, if we go to a certain blog post, we will create a template within Divi that displays all the information of our blog post like this. But we can also decide to make it look like this or this. That's what we're going to do using the Divi theme builder. I will show you how to create a portfolio for a website with a filter or without a filter, whatever you prefer. And then how to display all your portfolio items. I can display them like this, but also something like this or like this. Besides that, we'll talk about scroll effects, split testing, an amazing way to optimize every single area in your website so you can get more conversions. And we're going to talk about Divi AI. What I can do, I can improve this text. So let me make it better. We create stunning websites that drive tangible results for your business. Use this text, and that's how easy it is. Now I can select this and make it orange. Over here, I can get rid of everything. Click on AI, write with AI, and I can say, write something about an amazing web design agency based in Los Angeles that is focused on driving more traffic to your website and generate more business. Now I can say generate text, and then based on all the other information on my website, this text will be generated. So I see 23 years. That's something I placed over here in my title. So if I use this text, It looks like this. Created using AI based on the other information on my website and the general knowledge of AI. When you watch this tutorial and you follow all the steps, you will be able to create an amazing professional website. And not only that, you will be able to create websites for others and generate an extra source of income. There are multiple people that send me messages saying, hey Ferdy, thanks to you, I can do this now for a living. They make websites for a living and you can be the next one. Now let me show you 2 more practical things. In the description of this video, I have timestamps. So if you want to go to a certain part in the tutorial, you can click on one of those timestamps and you go directly to that part of the tutorial. When I go to fast for you, you can go to the settings here at YouTube, playback speed, slow down the speed of this tutorial. And if you want to go back a few seconds in the video, just hit the left arrow on your keyboard and you'll go back 5 seconds in the video. If you can appreciate that I made this video for free, then please like this video and feel free to subscribe for more upcoming WordPress related tutorials. And now let's take a look at the 3 steps we'll take in order to create an amazing website using the Divi theme. So first, you get your free domain name and we will get web hosting. What is a domain name? A domain name is the address of your website. Web hosting is a special computer that's turned on 24/7 that contains all your files, all your emails, all your images, all the content on your website. So with your free domain name and web hosting, you are visible on the internet. Then we will install WordPress, and WordPress is completely free. It's the best tool to create a website without having to know anything about coding because WordPress is doing all the hard stuff for you. And then the third step, we will create a website using the Divi theme, the most popular WordPress theme in the world. And for the website we will make, people can charge thousands of dollars, but I will show you for free how you can do it yourself. If you already have a domain and web hosting, you can do 2 things. You can migrate your current website to this amazing web hosting platform. And I have a tutorial here that can show you step by step how you can do that. And if you already have installed WordPress, you can skip step 2 and go directly to step 3. And I will show you right now where you need to go in the tutorial in order to follow along from that point on. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. So in order to get your free domain and web hosting, we need to go to webhosting34.com. Hit enter. I love Hostinger and I'm not the only one. If you take a look at all the reviews at Trustpilot, you see that people are really excited about Hostinger. And if you take a look at the Google Trends, you see the word is spreading. More and more people are getting into Hostinger and they're really excited, just as I am. So if you want to get started, we click on Claim Deal. And then we scroll down and there are 3 plans. Let me scroll down a bit more. Premium, Business, and Cloud Startup. If you're sure you want to start a web design agency, start to make multiple websites per year, like 10, 20, 30, then the best option is the Cloud Startup. And if you want to start with your first website, then I suggest you start with the business plan. The great thing is it comes with a free domain. You can have up to 100 websites, unlimited bandwidth, and 200 gigabyte of SSD storage. And what makes business really interesting is the free CDN. CDN means that your website will be stored on multiple servers in the world. And wherever your visitors come from, they will always be linked to the closest Hostinger server through CDN. So your website will load faster from any place in the world. Another great feature is that you have daily backups. So if you mess up something really big, then you can always use one of the backups from the days before or from the weeks before. Another great feature of the business plan is Object Cache for WordPress. We're going to create a WordPress website. This will make your website even faster, and the WordPress staging tool. That means if your website is live and you want to adjust something, but not on the live website, you want to see if it's really working. If you want to update a plugin, for instance, you can do that using the staging tool. So you create a copy of your website, then you're going to adjust things. And if everything seems to work, then with one click, you can put it on your live website. And the great thing is with all plans, that's the case. If you somehow don't like it, there's a 30-day money back guarantee. And since you get a free domain, there is no risk at all. You get back all your money. There's 24/7 customer support, 99.9% uptime guarantee, and our global data center. So data centers all over the world, so your website will be fast on every place in the world. So let me scroll up. I choose the business plan, and if you start out with your first website, I suggest you do the same. So I click over here at Add to Cart. Then we go to this page and we can choose a period. And the longer the period you choose, the more discount you get. If you go for 4 years, you get 3 months for free and you pay $3.99 per month. If you're really sure that you're gonna do this for the long run, then I highly suggest you go for the $3.99 plan. You save $480. You get a free domain for the first year and the total amount is $191. And what you can do over here, if you scroll down, you can click on the coupon code. And if you enter Ferdy and say apply, you get 5% extra discount, so you pay around $172. It can be that this page looks different to you. They're split testing a few things to give you the best experience. In that case, you can go to the third tab and you'll find the discount. So if I scroll up again, you see the discount is also applied over here. So if you go for 4 years, you pay $359. You can have up to 100 websites, free email accounts, and you're good to go for the next 4 years. If you want to start with a short amount, the prices will increase a bit, $4.04 per month. And if you would go for 1 year, then you pay $4.49 per month. I go for 12 months. I scroll down and I will pay a total amount of $53.89. So I need to choose an email address so I can create my account here at Hostinger. I go for info@ferdy.korpershoek.com, or you can log in using Facebook or Google. Then there are a lot of payment methods depending on where you come from. So in my case, I see all these, but if you're from a different country, it can be that you see something like this. That's what I really like. I choose credit card and I will fill in my details over here. Then I scroll down, I fill in my credit card details over here, and then I click on Submit Secure Payment. It's redirecting us to the control panel. Now we need to create a password for our Hostinger account. We need to confirm our password, and then I click on Confirm. Now they're going to ask a few questions. I click on Start Now, and then I want to skip those questions. So I click on Skip. I want to create my first WordPress account, so I can use my administrator email, and then I need to create a password, and then I click on Continue. I don't want to have those plugins on my WordPress website. I want to start from scratch, so I click on Skip. I will manage plugins later, and I don't need to have a certain look. I want to start from scratch. So I scroll down, I click on Skip. I don't need a template. Now I can claim my free domain name. So I click over here, and then I select my domain name. I want to go for a .com. You see all those extensions they have. I go for .com, and if it's already taken, be creative with another domain name, because you definitely want to have a .com domain name, especially when you're into international business. If you're from a local business, check out if your country extension is over here, but I want to go for .com, and then I can enter my desired domain name. I go for divi5.com. Let's see if it's still available. I click on search, and it is available. So I click on continue. And now WordPress will be installed on this brand new domain name, which is completely free. I click on finish setup, and then I need to fill in some details for my domain name. The question is, where do you come from? I'm from the Netherlands. And did you buy this web hosting personally or because you're a company? I choose personal. So I click on next step. And then I need to fill in my details over here. So there I go. My first name, my last name, my email. In the Netherlands, I'm from South Holland, my city, my address, space, and my phone number. And then I click on finish registration. Now our domain will be registered. And the great thing is, this is crazy. With Hostinger, automatically your information, your email and your phone number, which you just filled in, is secure. It's hidden. It cannot be seen by companies that want to advertise to you, that want to call you. That's called domain privacy. And with Hostinger, that is free. With other web hosting companies, this can cost $20 per year. Here it's free. So now we can edit our website. It's live already. Or we can go to the control panel. Well, I first want to go to the control panel. So I click on Manage Site. Then I want to go to the WordPress dashboard. And maybe this looks overwhelming, but you're going to be fine. We don't have to spend a lot of time over here. And the more you do, the easier it becomes. I really like this layout. So you click on WordPress dashboard. And what I want to do, I want to force the HTTPS. So our website will be secure like this. So I turn that on, and it's for this domain name. So I click on install SSL, and it says your SSL is being installed for your domain name in the background. HTTPS will be automatically forced on your domain. Then we click here on edit website, and ladies and gentlemen, look at this. We will be redirected to our own brand new domain name with web hosting, with WordPress installed on it. Great, so now we are logged in. You just need to close this, click on the WordPress logo. Okay, then we need to go to our dashboard. Look at this. This is the back end of our website. This is what we will see when we are logged in. And when you're logged in, you can adjust things in your website. If you click over here on the house, you go to the front end of your website. And you see you are live already. Your website is secure. So everybody that goes to your domain at this moment will see this over here. And that means you are live. We have this bar over here. That means that you're logged in. And when you want to go to the backend of your website, just click over here on your domain link. Let me show you around a little bit. When you use WordPress and use WordPress plugins, you will have updates. So if I click on updates, right now there's a plugin that needs an update. So I can select it and I can update the plugin. Every time there's an update, you will see it over here, or when you're on the front end, you'll see a one over here. I go back to the back end. We can create blog posts. We can upload PDFs, images, Word documents, videos. We can create pages, the homepage, the about page. People can leave comments on your pages or blog posts or products if you have them. And here you can moderate those. Let me skip this for now. If I go to plugins, I see there's a plugin called WP Forms Lite. And some plugins, when they're active, also appear here at the left hand. This one, for instance. Then we have appearance. We can change the look and feel of our website. We can add users. So we can create a user that only can write blog posts on our website, or only moderate our posts, or moderate the information we have on our website. We have our WordPress settings. And also this is a plugin. I like to work in an organized environment with my desk, but also with WordPress. And right now it can look a little bit overwhelming. There are a few things in WordPress that comes with the installation that we don't need. So what I will do right now, I will clean up our WordPress website and I will show you how to do it. And meanwhile, we'll talk about a few important configurations. In order to do that, I make sure I'm here at the dashboard and I want to dismiss this message. Then all this stuff over here, I don't need it. So I go to the screen options and I uncheck them all. Then I go to all the plugins, click here. So I select all the plugins and then I go to the bulk actions. And that means I can adjust everything at once, everything I've selected, bulk actions, deactivate all plugins. And in order to do that, I need to click on apply. Then I select them again, bulk actions, delete, apply, hit enter or say okay. And there they go. Now, if I go to the website and I go to this blog post, it's on every WordPress installation. If I click on it, look at this, you go to your domain name and then $p=1. I don't like that and Google does not like it either. So I need to go to the backend. I want to change the way it is displayed. So I go to the settings, permalinks, and I change the permalink structure from plain to post name. I scroll down and I click on save the changes. Now, if I go to the website and I click on Hello World, look at this, looks so much better. Hello World. What else can we do? Right now it says this post is created by hello@ferdykorpershoek.com. I want to change that. In order to do that, I go over here and I edit my profile. You can change the look and feel of the backend. I like the default one. I scroll down a bit and I want to fill in my first name over here, Ferdy, and my last name over here. And then here at display name publicity, I want to change it to my first and last name. So if I select that, look at this. Now it says Howdy Ferdy Korpershoek. Right now, we don't see an image over here. If you want that, let me first update my profile. If I scroll down, look at this. I can have a profile picture. It needs to be linked to my Gravatar account. So in order to have an image over here, you need to create a Gravatar account. It costs around $50 per month, but it's really worth it. No, just kidding. It's free. Right mouse click, open link in a new tab. Then you can create your Gravatar and then you need to upload an image. And when you do that, it will appear on multiple places in your website, but right now only over here. I update my profile. So now it says Howdy Ferdy Korpershoek and I see my image. What I want to do, I want to go to settings, general. Since our website is secure, I want to have an S over here. So HTTPS, HTTPS. I scroll down and I need to save the changes and then I need to log in again probably. So I use my email address, which I use to sign up for my WordPress website. The information we have filled in over here and my password. Then I scroll down. I can change the site language to something else and I can change this time zone. So I want to change it to my city. I live near Amsterdam. So you can just hit a big city and you can also take a look over here, which one you can decide. And then summertime, wintertime, everything will be changed automatically. How do you want to display your date? I can say 22, 12, 27. You can choose one. I use this one. In the time format, I like to work with AM and PM in capitals. So I select this one My week starts on Monday and I click on Save Changes. Great. WordPress works with themes. What is a WordPress theme? Well, the best thing I can do is share my screen with you and explain to you what a WordPress theme is. So I had an idea. That's what I'm about to do right now. Later on, we're going to talk about the site title and tagline, really important. Right now, I want to talk about the themes. If I take a look at the website, it is ugly. It's really ugly. And we want to make it look better, of course. We want to make it look great. In order to do that, we need a theme. What is a WordPress theme? A theme decides the look and feel of your website, and every theme has their own functionalities. So what you see over here, I have my WordPress sample page, a title, and this area over here with a white background and black text. If I would go to the backend, to Appearance Themes, and I choose a different theme, the 2021 theme, for instance, and I activate it, that means I still have the same information on my website, my WordPress, just not a WordPress website, nothing here. But now it's in a different look and feel. So that's what a theme does. Again, I go to Themes and I go for 2022. I go to the website, same information, different look and feel. And as I said, every theme has their own functionalities. There are free themes. You can find them over here. Themes. New. And you see a lot of themes. But there are also premium themes. And those premium themes have a lot of extra functionalities. And in this tutorial, we are going to work with the most popular WordPress theme called the Divi Theme. You cannot just create a header and a footer with the Divi Theme. No, it's a complete website builder. It has a page builder. So all the content we're going to create, we can do that using the Divi Visual Builder. I'll show you step by step how you can do that. And the great thing about the Visual Builder, it says it already, you can see exactly what you're doing already. There are other page builders that you need to go to the back end of WordPress, try a few things, save it, take a look at the front end, and then you see the results. And if you don't like it, you need to go back. But with the front page Visual Builder from Divi, you see what you're doing at once. So let me show you how to get the Divi theme. So in order to get the Divi theme, we go to ferdycorp.com/Divi, hit enter. And what you'll see, you get a discount of 10% for 24 hours. The last 24 hours, 192 people purchased the Elegant Themes membership. So what do you get over here? Well, if we go to all products, first of all, we get the Divi theme. The Divi theme is the most popular, the most used WordPress theme in the world. So we're going to use this in this tutorial, the Divi theme and the page builder. You can also use the Divi page builder and use a different theme, but I love this combination. So I will go for the Divi theme with the page builder. What else do you get? The extra magazine theme. If you want to create a blogging website or a news website, I have a tutorial about that. So if you want to follow that, search for extra theme tutorial Ferdy on YouTube and you'll find it. I have also tutorials about the Bloom email opt-ins. That means that you can get email addresses from your clients, and it is beautifully created and it helps you to get more emails to your email list. And there's the Monarch social sharing, which helps you to let people spread the word about the content on your website or show people how they can follow you. And you can show people how many followers you already have on all your social media platforms. So I want to get a deal. I scroll down. There are two plans. The first one is you can pay $80 per year, and then you can use all the tools we just discussed on unlimited websites. As you see, you can use it on unlimited website. And if you somehow don't like it, there's a 30-day money back guarantee. You just can say, hey, I want my money back. I don't like it. And you get your money back. You get premium updates and premium support for as long as you are a member for $80 per year. Then there's the other plan. And the only difference is that this is for a lifetime. So you pay $224 one time and then forever. You have access to all those tools. Also, when there will be new tools, you will get access to them. There are lifetime updates, lifetime premium support. Their support is amazing. And you can still use it on unlimited websites. I bought this 8 years ago and I still can use it on all the websites I have created. And also with this plan, if you somehow don't like it, you can get your money back within 30 days. So if this tutorial is really not what you thought it would be, or you just don't like the tool, you can get your money back. So there's no risk. And the next 24 hours, you get 10% discount. So for $224, you can get this plan. And then for the rest of your life, you have access to all those amazing tools. So I click on sign up today and I need to create an account. So I go for a username. I need to fill in my email address, a password, and my first name and my last name. and I'm from the Netherlands, so I can fill in my VAT number and then I get my taxes back. So I will fill it in. Then I need to fill in my credit card details. I agree to the terms of service and I don't need to have any updates via email. I click on complete registration. Awesome. And now I am welcomed over here and I can download the Divi theme. It can be that it says login. Well, then you need to click on login. I'm already logged in, so I click on download the Divi theme and there it goes. So now I go to my WordPress website. I go to the backend by clicking here. I go to appearance, themes, add new, upload a theme, and I click over here and I drag it over here and I click on install now. You can also choose a file by browsing on your computer. And now we need to activate the theme. So I click on activate. There it is. So I can click on my WordPress and I go to the website. It still doesn't look that great, but we're going to make it look great. But this is just the beginning. So we see that our theme is activated. I go back to the backend by clicking here. Then I go to Divi theme options. And in order to get everything out of this theme, I want to go to updates, fill in my username over here and my API key. How can I find my API key? I go to elegant themes. I go to account, username and API key. And then I scroll down, I can find my API key. I can also generate a new one and call this one divi5.com. Copy it by clicking on it and then I paste it here, save the changes, and now I can update everything within the Divi theme from my WordPress website. Awesome. So again, I go to my website. This is how it looks. We're going to make it look better. Now I want to take a look at the site title. I assume you want to be found in the search results of Google, and that's why it's really important to have a good optimized site title. So let me show you how to get one. So I go to the backend, to settings, general. If you want to create a great site title, take a look at best examples. You can find them on the internet. So my website will be about a web design agency in Amsterdam. So if I search for web design agency, let's say Los Angeles, and I skip the sponsored stuff, you see Los Angeles web design. The first thing I see, web design in Los Angeles, that's what you see over here. What you see over here is the title that can be created over here. So don't say welcome to this website, because when people want to find you, they will never search for welcome to this website. They will search on web design Sydney, web design Amsterdam, web design wherever you are. So take a look at the websites that you are about to make. Do some example websites, search for that and see what the results are, because those results over here are results of one of the best websites because they're ranked on #1 by Google. So we can learn things from that. And what I see over here, web design, Los Angeles web design, Los Angeles web design company. So make sure that the keywords, the most important keywords you want to be found on, are in the title of your website. So in my case, that would be web design Amsterdam. Or if I was located in Los Angeles, I would say Los Angeles. I can also say web design agency, Los Angeles. But then that's not enough. Then you need to hook them. You need to make them click on your website instead of someone else's website. So if I take a look at the sponsored ads, design, digital creative agency, best web design agency, another sponsored one, top branding agencies, transform vision into reality. So you need to have a catch, a nice phrase that will help people to click on your link. Digital agency, web design agency. So what I can say, web design agency Los Angeles, 23 plus years of experience, or the best web design agency in LA. So make sure that you have the keywords you want to be found on. I want to be found on web design and Los Angeles. Then there's the tagline. In a few words, explain what this site is about. So I can say we create websites that generate you more business. So the site title, that will be seen, by the way, if I save it. If I click on the website, it will be seen over here, Web Design Agency Los Angeles. And then the subtitle, the tagline, that will not be seen. And it's also not necessary to use it, but I prefer to, in a few words, explain what the site is about. So really important to have a good title over here. Take a look at the website you see when you search for your website. So maybe you have a website about training dogs. So training dogs. How to train a dog. Dog obedience training. So be inspired by this. Don't copy everything one-on-one, but you can get inspiration. And also when we take a look at the websites that are number one are doing something really great. Otherwise they would not be there. So then you can take a look over here to how they made their website. So we're going to talk about it later. Right now we have a site title and a tagline. I'm happy with it, so I save it. And then I go to my website and it's still not looking that great. I have 2 pages over here. I thought I removed them, so let me go over here. I go to pages and I select this, move to the trash, apply, go to the trash and empty the trash. So we have no pages now. No pages. So if I go to home, there's nothing. So that's the next thing I want to do. I want to create a few pages. When we create pages for our website, the home page, the about page, other pages, we can fill them with content and share information on our website. When you have all those pages, you want to organize them in a menu that can be visible in your website so people can navigate through your website. So the next thing we'll do, we'll create a menu and create all the pages you need for your website. And I'll also talk about what kind of pages you need for your website. If you want to create new pages, you can hover over new and click on page, but there's a better way. You go to the title of your website and then to the theme customizer. Then we scroll down or we go to menus over here. And then we're going to create a new menu. So we're going to create a menu and pages at the same time, which saves us time, which I like. I like to save time also for you. So if this will save you 5 minutes and 1 million people watch this, then I've saved people 5 million minutes. But the longer I talk, the less of the time will be saved. So let's get started. There's a menu name and it can be anything. It's just for reference purpose only. So I always like to call this the main menu. And I assign it to the primary menu. So the Divi theme knows where it needs to be placed over here. I click on next and now I can add items. That's how easy it is. I click on add items and I can add a new page just by calling this home. I click on add. So now the question is, what do you want to display on your website? And also with this, you can get inspiration. So if I search for Web Design Agency, Los Angeles, I can go to Brave People and see what they have. Plan a project. I click here. Intro, what we do, who we are, our work, plan a project, insights. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to tell something about myself or about my company. So I type about, add, and it will be added to the menu at once. What else? There are a few services I offer. So I want to have a menu item and a page called services. But there are a few services I offer. The first one is branding. I want to help people to brand their company. The second service I offer is web design. Create a website and design it. The third one is development, or even better, web development. If I don't know if the word is correct, I go to Google, copy, paste it. That's how I roll. That's it. That's okay. So I want to add a new item, and I want to showcase what I can do. So our work, or it can be portfolio or user cases or cases. I say our work, whatever you prefer. And then I want to have a blog page, a great way to get organic visitors to your website by sharing valuable information about the services that you offer. And I want people to be able to get in touch with me, so I create a contact page. But what I see over here, I have the services and then branding, web design, web development, and our work are all services. So I actually want them to be beneath the services page, because right now there are a lot of menu items over here. How can I do that? Here I have services. I go to branding and I drag to the right a bit. It snaps. Like that. That's how easy it is. Publish. And now it's over here. I can even take it a step further. I can also have a second sub item. And now it's services and then web development and then our work. I don't need that, but hey, it's possible. If you somehow get stuck over here, there's another way on how you can adjust this. You can close this, then hover over the title, go to menus. You can also adjust it over here. Well, if I go to apple.com and I go to iPhone, I want to go back to the homepage. Where's the homepage? Where is it? It's nowhere. You need to click on the logo and then you go back. That's what I also want to do. So what I can do, I can go to home, click on the arrow down and remove this. Save it. Okay. What else? Well, that's it for now. I want to go back over here to the theme customizer, because right now it says no results found. And that's because WordPress originally was a blogging tool. It's so much more than that right now, but in the beginning it was just to place blog posts on your homepage. So that's why it says no results found, because we don't have any blog post. So in order to show our homepage over here, we need to go down to the homepage settings, change our homepage displays from your latest posts, which are not there, to a static page. Now we can select the homepage. So I select home. And for the posts page, I select the blog page. I click on publish, close it. And now it says home over here. So here we can create a beautiful homepage with the visual builder from Divi. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to upload your logo to your WordPress website. But Ferdy, I don't have a logo. What should I do? I don't know. No worries. I'll show you how you can create a logo yourself. Yes, let me show you how you can do that. What I want to do now, I want to upload my logo. Well, I have tutorials on how to create a logo. If you go to YouTube and I search for create a logo Ferdy, hit enter. There are a few tutorials. 5 months ago, create a logo for free. This is my best tutorial about that, for free with a transparent background. Look at this. Some things, logos like these. Make it for free. Also 3 years ago already. And I think this one is good enough for you to create an amazing logo. Or you can follow along with images I use in this tutorial. In that case, go to ferdykorp.com/images, hit enter. There they go. Unzip it, drag it to the desktop. And then over here, you go to miscellaneous web design 2024, and you can use the logos I use in the tutorial. So I will do that. So now I go back to my website and I want to upload my logo. In order to do that, I go to the backend by clicking here to Divi Theme options, and there's a logo. I click on upload. I click on select files. I go to the desktop, images tutorial, miscellaneous, web design 2024, and I go for the logo.png. Open it, set it as a logo, save the changes, and now voila. So we have web design, about, services, blog, contact, etc. What I see over here, I have no capitals. So I want to do the same thing in my menu. You don't have to do that. You even can go to the theme customizer, to the header and navigation, header format, and change it. So you can make it centered. You can change the look and feel. You can have the logo in between. You can have the logo slide in, or the menu. A lot of options. I'm not going to talk too much about this because I will show you later how to create a custom header from scratch using the Divi builder. Right now I want to use the default one. And if you want to, you can go to the primary menu bar and then change the font style to capitals like that. Or what I prefer, since I also use no capitals over here, no capitals at all. There are a few ways to do that. And I will show you one of the ways, which is the easiest. So I close this. I go to the menus, and here at About, I open it. And here I remove the capital A and then change it with a normal A. So I get rid of the capitals. That's just a way of, that's a part of the branding. You don't have to do this, but I prefer to do this, or I prefer to have all capitals. That's what I also like. And the blog page, and the contact page. Save the menu. And now it looks like this. We can also change the font. If you want to talk about fonts, we can go to fonts.google.com. Here you can find a lot of fonts, a lot of different kind of fonts, as you see. I prefer, but that's my preferation, to use sans serif. So I go to categories. If you use serif, that means that it has those things over here. I don't know how to say that in English, but I prefer, if you have sans serif, it's a little bit more straightforward, except for this stuff. I don't know what's this doing over here. But then you can take a look over here. I like open sans. We're going to use that. Pop-ins. Looks really beautiful. What I prefer to do, I like to use a font for my titles. So for my menu items, for my headers, and then another font for my main text. So I really like Railway. But what I prefer even more is Nunito Sans. So if I want to change the fonts over here to Nunito Sans, I go to the theme customizer, to the general settings, typography, and then for the header font, I choose Nunito Sans. What I still don't like about this is that you cannot search for it. You need to scroll down all the way to the end of Nunito Sans, a lot of Nodo Sans, and after that there is, yes, Nunito Sans. And then for the body font, I prefer Open Sans. There it is. Awesome. So it looks already better than this. There's still a long way to go, but hey, step by step, we're gonna make it look better. I hope you like it so far. Do you know what fortuitous means? Well, it doesn't matter. If you don't know, that's no problem. Do you know what a favicon is? That's more important. And if you don't know, a favicon is a small square or round image on the top of your website when you open a certain tab in your website, so people can see where your website is. Let me show you where it is displayed and how you can upload one to your website. So we have our logo over here. It starts to look better already. We're going to take a look at colors in a minute, but before I do that, I want to take a look at this area over here. I want to adjust it. How can I do that? I hover over here. I go to the theme customizer. I go to general settings, site identity. I want to have a site icon, which will be placed over here. So I click on select site icon, upload files, select files. I show you in the same tutorial of the Canva tutorial how to create something like this, but I also created something for you if you want to follow along in the download folder with the images. And it needs to be a square, 525 by 520 pixels in my case. Select it and voila, there you go. So now if I go to apple.com and to coca-cola.com, I can see at once where my website is by this logo, favicon. So that's what I prefer. And now it's time to take a look at the colors within my website and within your website. When you just created a new business and you're creating a website for your business, maybe you have not put any thought into the kind of colors you want to use for your website. Well, let me show you how you can find out which colors you can use for your website so you can use those in your website. In my website, I like to work with a specific set of colors that has everything to do with the branding of my website. If you don't have any color for your website yet, you can watch my tutorial for that. You go to YouTube and search for choose colors for website Ferdy. Hit enter. And there it is, the first video, or you can take a look at my description. There I have a link to that video, and there I show you how you can create a color palette for your website. And then if you want to follow along with this tutorial with these colors, you can go to the image tutorial folder, go to miscellaneous Web Design 2024. And then there's the Web Design PDF, which I've created in the tutorial I just showed you. And now I want to use those colors in my website. And by default, If I enable the visual builder, I'll do that in a minute. But then when we use colors, by default, there are a few colors we can choose. And those are not the colors we want to use. So in order to adjust those colors, we need to go to the backend, to Divi Theme options. And there are these colors. So what I will do, I'll grab my preview over here, copy this color, and I paste it here. Then the second color, then the second color, then the third one, the fourth one, which is a lighter version of this one. And this is also a lighter version of this one. So in that way I can maintain my style. And after that, I would like to have black and white, and then another white because I will not use that color. So I have two main colors, one dark color, not black, then a lighter version of the orange and a lighter version of the greenish one, and then completely black, completely white, and another completely white. So save the changes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start working with the visual builder of Divi. Okay, are you ready to get your feet wet into the visual builder of Divi? I hope so. Right now, I'm going to show you the basics, like how to navigate, where are all the features. And after that, we're going to get started. And throughout the tutorial, we're going to learn more and more about this amazing page builder. And ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to learn how to work with the visual builder from Divi? I will call this the Divi builder. Well, when you open this for the first time, it can be that you see follow a tour, but you can skip that because I will show you around. There are three options right now. I can build a page from scratch. I can choose a pre-made layout. We're going to take a look at this later. And we can clone an existing page. Well, since we have not created a page yet, I cannot show you yet how to do this. So what I will do, I will start with build from scratch. So I click over here. There is a lot we can cover. So I will talk slowly and show you step by step how everything works. Even though when I get excited, I can start to talk faster. But I will do my best to show you everything really clearly and step by step. So the first thing we see when we open the page and start from scratch is this area. We can insert a row. Right now you don't see this, but this is a section. The Divi builder has three parts. It has a section. In that section, we can have rows. We can have 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. We can have 6 rows. We can have a small row and a wider row. And in those rows, we can have modules. So let's choose this one, for instance, 3 rows. What I see is still this section over here. I don't see the blue line yet. It will come. Right now, I see 1, 2, 3 rows. And then there are modules. That's the third thing. Sections, rows, 1, 2, 3. And in those rows, we can have modules. So let me choose an accordion. And now we can adjust this. I can do that over here. And I can do it over here. This is the area where I can adjust all the information. So I can click over here. I can give this a title, title 1. And when I type it over here, it will appear over here. I can drag this area around. I can make it bigger. I can stitch it to the side. So now my page becomes smaller, but this cannot float anymore. But now I can work over here and then adjust everything over here if you prefer that. Or like this, you just drag it around. So if you added something over here, you drag it to the right. And when you want to do something over here, you drag it to the left. If I'm finished, I can click on the check. Now look at this. When I hover over here, right now you see the blue area. This is the section. Within the section, we have rows, this green area. In this case, 1, 2, 3 rows. In those rows, we can have modules. If I want to adjust this module, I click over here. And then this opens up again. And if I'm finished, I click here. If I click on this plus, this is the second row. I can also add something. So let's go for a blurb. And what you'll see, again, I can adjust the title over here. Title 2. I can adjust the text over here. I can adjust the image or the icon. So I can grab this logo over here. There it is. And what you'll see, depending on the module you use, right now we use a blurb. We have different settings. So over here I see text, image, icon, link. If I go to the accordion, I see something else in the toggle icon. So depending on the module you use, there are different settings. Well, in the first tab, there's content. So I can adjust the content. I can change the title. I can change the text, the second title, etc. If I go to the second tab, there is design. So now I can give the title a different color. I can give the body text a different font, or I can make it uppercase, or I can align it to the right. Again, also with this one, this is a different module. I can go to design. Again, a few different options as with the accordion. But again, I can adjust all those settings over here. So this is the content. I can change the text. I can add an image or an icon. I can add a link to it, the background. Then there is design. It's about the colors, the styling of the module. And then there's advanced. And then we can add CSS. We can add conditions. We can change the visibility. So I can say only show this on a desktop screen, but hide it on a tablet or on a mobile. There are transitions. You can adjust the position. You can exchange the scroll effects. We're going to talk about all these options, but that's what you can do. With every module, there's content, change the information. Then there's design, change the styling, and there's advanced. And that's everywhere the same. And I just talked about it, and we're going to talk about that. So as I said before, I'm probably overwhelming you with all the options. There's so much more to show, but throughout the tutorial, it will become easier and easier for you to navigate through the website and create amazing pages using the Divi Builder. Let's go for a third one, a circle counter. I'm okay with this. So I have 3 columns over here. If I want to save it, I click on this icon, open it, and I save it. Or you say Command S or Control S on the PC. And what I can do now, right now there are 3 columns. Maybe I want to change it to 4. And now I can add a 4th one. So that's how easy it is. And as I said before, throughout the tutorial, it becomes easier and easier for you to navigate through this whole visual builder. So I bring it back to 3. You don't have to follow what I'm about to show you. But look at this. I go to this module and I can change background to this color. Okay. Then I can go to design. I can change the circle colors, the filled color. Make it visible. I can go to the text. Let's find the title text. Make it orange. I can go to the number text. Make it white, for instance. Okay, let's keep with this. I know it looks really bad, but I just want to show you something, because right here, the background is green. Then I can go to the row. Then I can go to the 3rd column and change the background to this one. I know, again, it looks ugly. I can go to design, to spacing. Bring it to the center. So I can do that pixel perfect. And then add the section. I can also give it a background. Well, again, this looks really ugly, but it shows you what is possible on how many levels we can adjust things. So we can create the layout and the content that we have in mind using the Divi Builder. So that's just a small introduction. I know it looks ugly, but we can make it look so much better. For instance, over here, I go to the 2nd column. And if I would change the background to white and I play around with the spacing, I can also link it. So I can say 20, 20, 20. This looks so much better than what we have over here. So I can get rid of this, get rid of this. I can even duplicate this, drag it over here, duplicate it, drag it over here. But then also here in the first column, I should change the background to white. Play around with the same spacing settings. We're going to talk about it. I can also copy this style and paste it over here. So I can also click over here, right mouse click, second column, copy item styles. And then the third one, paste the item styles. So this is starting to look better already than this. This is ugly. This is looking better. So I just want to illustrate and show to you what is possible. And I know I want to show you a lot of things at the same time, but I need to take my time for it because we have a lot of time left in this tutorial. Now I'll do my best to show you everything step by step. There are 3 kinds of sections you can import in your website. Let me show you all 3 of them. So this was an area with 3 columns, but look at this. If I click on the plus, we can have a regular area. That's the one I just showed you. And if you want to remove this, hover over here, click over here. Then again, there's the second area. It's a specialty area. So not just 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 or 6 rows, but it's even more advanced. So something like this. So we can have one big area over here, here a long row, and then below 2 small rows. So I can click on that. And then again, we can import stuff over here. Then it has an orange area. I almost never use this. And then there's the third one. That's full width. This is something I use sometimes. So you can have a full width header, full width image, a full width map, a portfolio, full width post title, full width post slider, and a full width slider. And if I would have a full width slider, I can also drag it on top. So I can drag this one over here. So this is the first thing people will see when they go to our website, and then below they can see our 3 services we offer. And we can have multiple sliders. We can change the background. We can add a video to the background. There's so much more we can do. And that's what I wanted to show you, that there are regular sections, specialty sections, and full width sections. Yes? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to talk about the interesting, appealing purple button at the bottom center of your page. What is it? What can you do with it? Which features does it hold? And that's what I'm about to tell you right now. Yes. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I'll keep this as this right now. And now I want to talk about this purple area. If I open that, there are so much options. First of all, we can save it. So if I would save it and I would exit the visual builder, this is the website we've created so far. This is what people will see when they enter our website. And if I want to enable the visual builder again, I click over here. There's also a shortcut for this. If I want to save it, Command or Control S. And if we want to get out of the visual builder, Command or Control E. And there I go. Now I'm at the page again. I enabled again. So let's talk about those options here below. I click over here. And the first thing I want to do, I want to play around with the position of this bar, because I can also close it and then drag this to the left. Then when I open it, I see those options over here and these options over here, and then those at the right. I can drag them over here. There are a lot of places where I can put them. If I open them, it looks like this. Well, I like this one, but I'm used to this one, which I also like. So I prefer to leave it where it is, but it's up to you. And that's what I like about the Divi theme. Everything is so adjustable. So it's up to you. Keeping it here is great. I would maybe prefer this one. And if you do that too, hey, feel free to bring it there. So I'll keep it here, and I want to go through all these other options. So right now we see the page exactly as it is. It's a visual builder. So it means that everything we create will be displayed on our website exactly as we see it. The only thing is we can click here, we can adjust it. By the way, anywhere where you click, double click. You can change the text. So I can say title 3. I can select this. When I do that, I can underline it. I can make it bold. I can make it a quote. I can give it a different color. So that's really nice. And I can also click over here and then I go to the settings. And as I said before, we can drag this around to change what we want to change. Make it bigger, etc. So we see the website exactly as it will be shown. It's a visual builder. And if I want to see how it looks on a different device, I can click over here. Then I see how it looks on a tablet. If there's a new tablet with a bigger view, I can also change it and see how it will be shown. I can make it default, but right now 768 is the default ratio. So I can see how this will look on a different device. And then we can adjust things for the tablet and for the smartphone. And when I adjust things over here, so I bring this title to the center, for instance, then on a desktop, it's still at the left, but on a mobile, it will be in the center. So everything I change over here will overrule the settings we have for the desktop. And in that way, you can optimize your website for all devices. And if I'm finished, again, Command or Control S, and then I save it. And if I want to toggle between those or switch, I can say Command or Control plus. You see, I go to the next one, again plus, and then I go to mobile. I can say Command minus, and I go to the tablet, Command minus. I go to the desktop. Look at this. If I say Command minus again, I go to this option. That means that I see an overview. I actually a little bit zoomed out. And why is that? If you want to drag things around, for instance, I will duplicate this area. I want to drag this on top. It's easier when I'm zoomed out. So that's why there's that option, which I can enter by saying Command minus. If I would say Command minus again, I see a framework. It looks overwhelming, and that's okay. That will be overwhelming in the beginning. But what you see over here is actually a skeleton, if I can call it like that, with an overview of how everything looks. So if I take a look at this area, for instance, what I have is a section with 3 rows, and in those rows we have modules. So if I go to the skeleton or the wireframe, how it's called, maybe better, I see that exact display over here. This is the section. In that section, we have 3 rows. And in those 3 rows, we have 3 blurbs. Sometimes it can be that I want to grab something, but it's hard to grab it somehow. In that case, I can go to the wireframe, and then I see exactly this is the section, this is the row, this is the blurb. By the way, all sections can be renamed, also removed. So here's the full width slider. So I can call this one the hero. Then I can say over here the triple click the 3 services. Save it or Command S, Command plus. And if I want to find something in the big website, I go to the wireframe and I see I can go to the hero or to the 3 services. So I can rename everything to make it easier for myself to navigate through the website. And there's this area over here. I can customize the toolbar. So the builder default view mode, I can say by default, I want it to be open in a tablet view. I can change the builder default interaction mode, the history, state, interval, and a few other options. I like the default options. If you want to adjust something, for instance, the builder interface animations, if I close this and I click over here, you see there's an animation. If I decide not to have that, I turn it off. And now if I open something, there's no animation anymore. It's up to you. I have a fast computer, fast internet connection, and a fast web hosting provider, so I'm okay with this. Show disabled module at 50% opacity, group settings into closed toggles, add placeholder content to new modules, and theme builder template editing. Well, I'm okay with all of these, so I keep them as they are. And then I think it's time to move towards the purple area. So what is going on over here? If I click on the plus, I can import something that's pre-made. So I can click over here. I can grab one of the pages and I can use this layout. And now it's all been imported. Look at that. I don't like it. Well, I like it, but I don't want it. So I say Command or Control Z and I'm back. But that's what you can do over here. Use pre-made content. You can save your layouts. I will talk about it. You can use your existing pages and import existing pages over here. So that's what you can do with the plus. Then we have this icon. That means that we can save our current layout to the library. So I can say homepage. I can save to Divi Cloud. Then I need to log in. And then on a different website, I can import this layout. Really handy. I can create categories. So I can say homepage, home page. I can add tags, home page, hero, and I can save it to the library. And now when I click on the plus, I can go to my saved layouts. There's my homepage layout in the category homepage. I can also do it based on tags, hero, homepage. So in that way I can navigate through everything I've created and saved. Then we can start from scratch. I can click over here. I'm sure. I start from scratch. And then if I want to bring back my layout, I can click on the plus, go to my save layouts. I go for the homepage and I use this layout. And there it is again. Okay, I can close this and then all these options will be gone. I can open it. Then there are the settings, the page settings, really important. The title of this page is called Home. That's okay. I can give it an excerpt, which is in my opinion not necessary for pages. It's better if you use it on a blog post, but it's not a blog post. And then there's a featured image. And for the homepage, I like to use my logo. This is because of the pre-made website we imported, the pre-made page. All the images will be stored on our web hosting provider on our website. Okay, what else? We can do split testing. We'll talk about it later. But I'm okay with everything else. So I leave it as it is. Then there's the history. If I mess things up, I can go back over here 1 step or 2 or 10 or 20, or go to the global history states. Well, you can even take it a step further. Say Command S for saving it. And then I click on Edit Page. And every time I save it, a new revision will be made. So I can go to revisions. Okay, I don't see the visual aspect right now, but I can go back to time. So if I messed up things today, here we see the difference. And I say, okay, 40 minutes ago, 21 minutes ago, I want to go back to this revision. I can restore this revision. Update, just to make things sure. And then I click on Edit with the Divi Builder. And 14 minutes ago, it looked almost the same. So it's actually the same. But let's go back a bit more. I go to the revisions, to this one, restore this revision, edit with the Divi Builder, and now it's empty because that was the revision. It was an empty revision. And then again, I can click on the plus, go to Save Layouts, bring it back. I'm giving you all this information because in the long run in the tutorial, it will help you to navigate through the Divi Builder. So what else? Over here, we have import and export. I can export this page as a home page, export it. And there it goes as a JSON file. I can go to a different website and import it. Or I can import files, select JSON files, and I can replace the existing content or not. I can download a backup before importing. So I can download a backup of what I have currently. And I can also import a preset. So I can choose a file. There it is. It's not replacing this, so it should be duplicated right now. So an exact same area should be below this area. So let's see. It's all blazing fast. And now I have twice the same area. So that's what you can do, import and export. Over here, I can search. So I can search for a blurb, go to blurb. Then I go to one of these blurbs. I can also insert things. So insert, and I can search over here for a blurb. That will be inserted wherever I place it. So let's say here. So there it goes. I can also go to a certain page. So I can say go to the contact page, even though there's no contact page with the Visual Builder yet, so I can find nothing. I'd say I don't use this often, but hey, if you get used to it, it can be beneficial. Then there are layers. It's actually the same as the wireframe, but a little bit closer. So I can open and close everything. So over here, I see the hero with the full slider. I see the blurb, so really easily I can click over here and then I can adjust it. And I can also make the layer area bigger. So I could have this to the left area, this to the right one. And then if you have a really big screen, you can work like that and navigate, but you can also get rid of this. Well, then there are shortcuts. And I advise you to remember them by heart. First are tutorials, but I'm showing you everything. So if you want to, you can watch them. I think it's unnecessary. There are keyboard shortcuts. For instance, Command Z for undo. And if you're on a PC, you will see all the PC shortcuts. Save the page is one really important one. Exit the Visual Builder, Command E. Exit to the backend builder. And here are a few other. Here's the Command plus, the Command minus I use a lot. Wireframe mode, you can also do it at once. Shift WP, and there you go. I prefer to use Command plus, Command plus. And there are more shortcuts, copy, paste. We're going to talk about those, but those were the most important ones. And again, save. So we talked about the structure, the regular section, the specialty section, and the full width section. We talked about the editor. You can drag it around, you can make it bigger, you can stitch it to the left. You can make it smaller, bigger. And also here, if you change something, I say 5 and I don't like it, I can say Command or Control Z, or I can click over here and then it goes back. You can close it if you adjusted a lot of things. So I messed things up. I messed things up even further. If I click over here, it will be like this. If I say X, it will go back to the latest state it was before it got saved. And then we talked about these options. So with that knowledge in mind, we can start from scratch. And if you want to start from scratch, what do we need to do? Click over here. Click over here. So now the question is, are you ready to start building your website using the Visual Builder from Divi? It can be that you're quite overwhelmed with all the features, with the layout, with everything, and that's perfectly fine. The more you play around with this amazing page builder, the easier it becomes for you to navigate through the website, through the page builder. So it is time to start for real. Everything up till now was just introduction, showing you how to navigate and stuff. So we're going to create a hero. Not like we're going to create a hero that will be in the next movie. No, a hero is the first thing people will see when they enter your website. And that's what we're going to create. And I will show you more and more and more through the tutorial about the Divi Visual Builder. So let's dive in and create our first hero for our website. Before we continue, over here, I see that I accidentally added artwork in the submenu. So in order to fix that, I go to the theme customizer. Then I go to menus. And really simple, I drag this over here. Problem solved. The great thing is when I go from the Visual Builder to the theme customizer and I go directly back to the theme customizer. I can build it again from scratch. So what do I want to create? I want to show on my homepage what I'm all about. I'm all about helping people by making a website for them that gets more conversions. I want to help people to showcase their company on the internet and help them to get more business. So that's what I want to state on my homepage. And this is called a hero. The first thing people will see on your website, that's called a hero. So I'll create a new area, regular, with 2 columns. And at the left side, I want to have some text. So I go for a text. Great. And at the right side, I want to have a gallery. So I add a gallery. Check. Okay, it looks weird, but we'll get to it. I close this area. I want to take a look at the background because I use dark green colors in my site. So I don't want to have a light background. I want to have a dark background. In order to do that, I click over here. I go to the background. I can have a simple background color like this one, which is in the style of my website, but I prefer to have a gradient. So I can go to the second tab. So I can get rid of this one. I can also go for a background image, background video, background pattern, and a background mask. Well, right now I want to talk about creating a background gradient. And I click on the plus, and by default, these are the colors from Divi. And now I can adjust those colors by clicking on them. And then I select my dark color, my dark green color. Then I go to the second area. And then the second color is this one. Perfect. Then I want to scroll down. I can change the gradient type from linear to circular. So the middle is the lighter green color and the outer area is the darker area. I can have something like this, but I prefer the linear one. Then I want to change the degrees. So it turns around like that, as you see. I want it to be 90 degrees. So left is the lighter color and right is the darker color. Okay. I can also mix a gradient with a image. So it's going to be ugly, but I just want to illustrate to you how it works. If I upload an image, it's the background. Then I go to the background gradient and I can say, place the gradient above the background. So now you don't see it anymore. If I turn it off, then it's a mix of the two. Well, I prefer not to do that, but if you have an image, for instance, I click over here, I upload a file, I select a file, I go to images tutorial, miscellaneous, then I go for Web Design 2024, I can go for Studemy, for instance, this image, open it, upload it. You can have an image with a background in one. Well, I prefer not to have that, but I want to show you that it is possible. Okay, then I go back, but now this is dark. I cannot see it that well. So I go to module over here, I click on it, and now I want to configure this. First, I want to make it light. So I drag it to the right so I can see the text really clear. I go to design, I go to text, and there I can change the color to white. But I'm going to use a heading. So I also go to the heading text, H1. I want to give it a style, which is white. Then I go to the content, to the text, and I start typing. And I say, we make websites that generate customers. Straight to the point. You can use AI. We're going to talk about AI later. I want it to be as straightforward as possible. We make websites generate customers. I don't want to have a really long, big text over here that can distract people because people tend to not read long text anymore. So you need to be straightforward. What is your website about? Ask yourself that question out loud in the mirror while wearing a dress. No, that was really not necessary to say that. Don't wear a dress if you don't want to. Ask yourself the question, what is the purpose of my website? And try to put that into one sentence so people that go to your website for the first time know immediately what you can offer them. So for me, it's we make websites that generate customers. Then I want to click over here and change it from a paragraph to heading 1. And you can have only one heading, one per page. And that will help Google to know what's really important. So this for me really important. We make websites that generate customers. And that's why I call this the header 1. And all the other headers in the website, if I want to have a title, it needs to be heading 2 or 3, but not heading 1, because you can only have one. You don't want to confuse Google, because then maybe they think, hey, let's not put this page on number 1 in the Google search results. I go to design, to the heading text. I can make it capitals. I can change the font to something else. I prefer to use the default one because we already said it. This is Nunito Sans. I don't want to have capitals, but I want the font to be bold or even ultra bold. Okay, I can change the text to something else, but I like it to be white, but I want to highlight one word. Before I do that, I can change the heading text. I want it to be on 2 lines. Let's say 36. I can increase the letter spacing, but I'm fine with 0. I can change the line height, but I'm fine with the standard one. I say yes, or I check it, and then I click over here and I select this text. I want that to stand out. So what I do, I click on the AA. That gives me the opportunity to create a color or give it a color. Okay. So that's the first thing I want to do. Then I go over here because that looks really interesting. I think it doesn't look that appealing. I want to go to the images for the gallery. I already uploaded the Studemy one. And when I do something, I always upload my images with a title. Why? Because then you can be found better. So what I should call this is a website where people can sell their own courses. So I could say a course website design and then Los Angeles, because I want to be found on people that search for Los Angeles. If you leave your images as they are, you search for IMG 0001, look at this. At images, you see a lot of those images. Why? Because that's how they are called. So you need to rename them so you can be found. If people search for web design Los Angeles and they go to images somehow, look at this. They find all these images and yours can be over here. Some people tend to search through images. They click over here and there your image can be, and when they click on it, they go to your website. So always rename your images. And then when you've done that, create spaces between every word, copy the title, bring it to the alt text, and paste it at the description. And then say select. I want to add another one. So I click on the plus, upload files, select files, and then I go for console delivery. You can find this at number 6, Web Design console delivery. If you want to learn how to create mockups like that, go to YouTube, create a web design mockup. And there you go. There you can learn things, how to make something like that. I select them both. So there they are. Now I drag this to the left because I want to see how it looks. And I want to have only one appearing at a time. So the order can be default or random. I want to change the image count to 1. I want to get rid of this. So I scroll down at the elements. I turn off the title and caption and turn off the pagination. I don't want to link it. So there's no link. Then I go to design, to the layout. I want to change the grid to a slider. That's what I want. And every 7 seconds it changes. And if you want to change that, scroll down all the way to animation, turn on automatic animation, and then say, in my opinion, every 4 seconds, that's 4,000 milliseconds. So now every 4 seconds, the other one appears. Great. What I want this text to be in the center. So vertically aligned, I want it to be here. Well, you can play around with design, spacing, and then top. But I prefer to make it a little bit better. And that's what brings me to the next subject, custom CSS. I just saved it using Command or Control S. If you want to align this, you can go to the column settings. Then you can go to design, sizing, and then you can say equalize the column heights. That should bring it to the center, but there's one small code of CSS that's not there. What is CSS? Let me show you. I say Command E. So I exit the builder, wait, Command S, save it, and then Command E. Okay, this is the website. If I say right mouse click, inspect. The whole idea of WordPress and Divi is that we don't have to create all this stuff, all this text from scratch, because Divi is doing that for us. And WordPress is doing that for us. And over here we see CSS codes. It looks really complicated. It can be depending on how much knowledge you have about it. But I want to keep it simple. So what I've done for you, I've created the code for you. What you need to do, you need to go to ferdycorp.com, hit enter. It will redirect you to my beautiful back or last name, Korpershoek. When I wanted to start this channel, I wanted to call myself Trevor Sampson because I thought it would be easier, but I was afraid that I would lose my identity when I would get known, my channel would grow, and I would start to consider myself to be Trevor Sampson. So I'm happy I'm Ferdy Korpershoek, but it's not the best name, but it is what it is. There's also a guy called Gary Vaynerchuk, and he calls himself Gary V. So I call myself Ferdy Corp, which is easier. Then you don't have to type all that stuff. So you can go to tutorials, Divi, and then I scroll down until I see one of the last codes. Vertically center content. So I need to copy this code. You don't have to understand it. What it's saying actually is margin at the top should be automatic, margin at the bottom should be automatic, and that makes the content go to the center vertically. So in order to make that happen, I need to go to the theme customizer. That's what I prefer. There are more places where you can place additional CSS, but I like the one at the theme customizer. So I paste it over here and voila, it goes to the center. Okay. So now everywhere in your website where you say that you want to equalize the column heights, things will go to the center. So if I enable the visual builder and I go to the rows, design, sizing, and I turn it on, then it will be vertically aligned in the center. So that's how you do that. So far so good, I think. What I want to add now, I want to add a few more modules. How can we do that? You can hover over here, click on the plus, and then a module can be added below. The same over here. I can click on the plus, and if I search for a button, then I need to type it right. I can add it. Great. But I want to have two buttons like that. No, not like that. I want them to be next to each other. How can I do that? Well, I will tell you in a second. First, I want to animate these or actually style them. In order to do that, I hover over them. I click on this icon and now I can change the text. Well, what I want to do, as I said, I want visitors to know what they can do over here. So when I say we make websites that generate customers, I want to show them our work. But what I also want to do, I want to give them the opportunity to get in touch. Maybe they're already convinced by what they're seeing here, or what they're seeing here, or over here. I always want to give them two options. If you go to apple.com, right now you only see learn more. By the way, oh, interesting, tomorrow there's a new keynote. Wow, this looks beautiful. But normally, you should always see two options. So if I go to iPhone, look, you see two options, buy or learn more. So maybe people are already convinced and they can click on buy and it is blue because Apple wants to focus on this, people to buy it. But maybe people are not convinced yet. Then they can click on learn more. If you only say buy, people don't want to buy, you can lose them. But if you give them another option, then if they don't want to buy, they can click on learn more and then you can convince them to buy. So instead of spending a lot of money to hire people to figure this out for me, I just go to popular websites and I see they often have two options. So our work and get in touch. Well, I really don't like this style. Blue, I don't like it. So in order to style this, I click over here. And as I said before, the first step is the content. Well, we change the content and we can have a link. So /r-work. So when people click there, they go to the R work page over here. And then for the second one, the link will be /contact. So in order to style this, I hover over here. I go to design. And the first thing is I can align it. I can align it to the right, to the center, to the left, or nothing. And then it will automatically align to the left. I go to the text. I want it to be light because we have a dark background. Then I go to the button and I want to have a custom style for the buttons. So I can change the text size. I can make it a bit smaller. That's why I prefer 16. And I can give this a different color. But actually I like the white color, so I leave it with that. What else? I can give this a certain background. I can give this a yellow background or green or whatever I want. Well, I prefer not to do that, so I click here. I scroll down. What else can we do? We can change the border width. Right now it's 2 pixels. You can make it bolder. But I prefer 2 pixels. But there's also, then there's the border color. I can also change that, but I'm okay. So I bring it back. And there's the border radius. Well, I want to increase it until the point that it is a half circle. So when it doesn't increase anymore, I know I'm good to go. So let's say 25, just to be safe. I can increase the letter spacing. Look how easy it is. I just go, I have all these options in front of me. I just have to change a few things and then I get the result I have in mind. So do I want to show an icon over here when I hover over it? This one, for instance, if I say no, it is gone. So this looks nice, but when I hover over it, I don't want it to look like this. I want to still see the border when I hover over it. So if I scroll up, look at this. There's the button text color. I can click over here on the mouse and then I get another option. This is how it looks by default, but this is how it looks when I hover over it. So now if I hover over it, I can change the background color to the green one, for instance. Oh, sorry, this is the text. So the text needs to be white, but the background, I want it to be green. Like that. But also the border, I want it to be there. So still 2 pixels and still white when I hover over it. So all these settings are only for when I hover over it because this is selected. So if I bring it back to the desktop and I say Command S, Command E, nothing happens because we're here in the visual builder. So it's representing the website, how it will look on a real website. So Command E, now I exit the visual builder and if I hover over it, there's nothing that changes. So let me check what is going wrong. Enable the visual builder. Design. Button. So let me see. The background. Okay, so I go to the hover. Okay, if I go back to the desktop, there's also a background over here. So I know what already happened. These settings were only for this area, the button text color. So what I need to do, I need to go over here, get rid of this. And then when I click on hover, now I can adjust the background settings when I hover over it. So that's what was going wrong. Now if I bring this back and I hover over it, this happens. That's exactly what I want. There are many great features within the Divi Builder that will help us to speed up our workflow. And I will show you a simple one right now, but throughout the tutorial, I will show you more. But let me show you the first one, how to copy and paste styles from one module to another one. What I can do now, I can say right mouse click, copy the module styles, then right mouse click, paste the module styles. And in that way, I save myself a lot of time. But this time, I want to have another color. I want this to stand out. I want people to get in touch with me. That's my main goal. We make websites that generate customers. Get in touch with us. So now I go to design of the second button. I go to the button style. By default, I want the button text color to be white, which is already the case. The background, I want it to be yellow. And I don't want it to have a border, or I want it to have a border, but it needs also to be yellow, like that. And when I hover over it, I want it to be green, but without the border. So here at the border, let me see. I need to go to the hover. And now the border color when I hover over it needs to be white. Sorry, it needs to be green. So I go back over here and now this is what I want. Okay. Have you ever heard of CSS? cascading style sheets. I did a course in 2007 about it. Since then, I have not followed a course. I'm not a CSS guru, so I don't know a lot about it. I know a little bit about it. But what happens when we create a website using the Divi builder, we just slide things to the left or to the right, or we increase numbers or choose a certain background. And then when we save it, a CSS file is being generated by the Divi theme. This is how a CSS file looks. It can look a little bit complicated, and that's why I like that the Divi theme is doing all the hard stuff for us. But sometimes we need to help Divi a little bit with a little bit of CSS code. Well, as I said, my latest course was 16 years ago about CSS. You don't have to know or understand a lot about it. I will show you how to work with it, and I also have the codes for you. So I want to achieve a certain result within the Divi theme, and I'm about to use some CSS for that. But I will show you the codes, and I will show you how to work with that. And so you will learn a little bit about CSS, but at the same time, I will share the code, so I'll kind of do the hard stuff for you. But yeah, without talking more about this, like blah, 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 and this and that, and CSS and 16 years ago, let's dive right in and show you how to put two buttons next to each other using a little bit of CSS. Now I want those two buttons to be next to each other. Well, also for that, I need to have a code. So let me show you. Again, we go to Ferdy, korp.com, then to tutorials, Divi, scroll down, and it's the latest one, I think, or the one before, two buttons side by side. So, okay, what is happening over here? There are some settings from Divi, and it says actually when this will be applied to a certain area in the website, to a button, the display will be inline block. An inline block means that the modules will be next to each other instead of on top of each other. So again, I go from the visual builder to the theme customizer. Then I go to additional CSS. I paste the code. And now I need to assign this button or this area to this code. So I need to copy this code, publish it. That's another word for saving it. And now when I assign this text to this area, then the CSS will be applied. Maybe you don't understand it at once. That's okay. We're going to talk a bit more about CSS, but what we need to do now, it's just like my car. I don't know exactly how it works, but I like to drive it. I go to the row settings, to advanced, and then at CSS, ID and classes, here at the class, I need to paste this PA-inline-buttons. So now they're next to each other. Awesome. Well, I don't like it that there's no space, so I go to the second button to design. Then I go to spacing. And then at margin, uncheck this, or sorry, uncheck it. So at the left, I say, let's say 14 pixels. Okay. And now I go to the text over here to design. And then here at spacing, at margin button, I want to increase or decrease it. And when I do that, it all comes really close to each other. Well, I don't need to decrease it, but I can give it a custom height. So 6 pixels is fine with me. So what we have now is a beautiful hero over here. People can show what I'm capable to do. We have the text and we have two call to actions. If I save it and I say Command E, I can see how it looks. Great. Well, there's a lot of space over here. Maybe I want this image to be bigger. If I want to do that, I enable the visual builder. Then I can click over here and I can change it to, let's see, this one. So this area is a bit less wide, has less width, and the other one more. So in that way, the images here are a bit bigger. And then I can also adjust it manually like that. What I also can do, I can increase the size just like that. It's so easy to do that just like that. Or if I want to be more precise, I go to the settings over here to design spacing. And that's what I just did over here. I want to give it 110 pixels above and 110 pixels below. So it looks like this. We're going to talk about the header later, and we can make this transparent so the background is behind this header. And then when we scroll, we get another header, which is really cool to do. But right now I'm happy with this. What I can do, what I prefer to do, I go over here to the section settings. Then I go to design and I go to dividers. If I go to the bottom divider, look at this. There are a lot of different dividers I can choose. So I can choose something like that. And it gives your website a cool look. So I can bring it over here. I can create something like that. And you see the result immediately. That's what I love about this front page editor. You can see the results at once. Well, I prefer to keep it clean, not to have a lot of different stuff. This is a little bit too much for me, but I'm looking for a gentle divider. This one. Okay, then I can change the height of the divider. I can change the color. And I think this is fine. Color, I want it to be white because below I'm gonna create a white area. And then I'm actually quite happy with how it looks. I can say Command S or Control S, Command E. And this is how it looks right now. If I click here, I go to the Our Work page. Of course, we're going to create that. Get in touch, contact page. So I'm really happy with what we've created so far. I hope you are too. I see those arrows. I don't want them, so I enable the visual builder. And sometimes I hope they will change it in the future, but you need to use custom CSS to get rid of a few things. So over here, I see that animation arrow in order to go to the next one. Also here, bullets, you don't see them right now. But I would prefer that if I click over here, I go to these settings over here, I can remove the bullets or the arrows. Well, in some cases, it's just not the case yet. So let me show you what you can do in order to solve problems in Divi. In this case, search for Divi Gallery, remove arrows and bullets. And then there's the first one, divibooster.com. I see this code, copy it. What I can do, I can check if it works. So I can click on the dots, go to the settings of the page, go to advanced, custom CSS and paste it. So right now I see an arrow over here. If I paste it, it's gone. And the bullets are also gone. So let me get rid of this. I see the bullets over here, really light. So I paste it, they're gone. So I know it works. I get rid of it again. Command S. Now I know it works. So I use the same code. I go to the theme customizer from within the visual builder. And again, I see them right now. And I see it over here. Now, if I paste it, it is gone. I publish it. I close it. And now I'm back in the visual builder and it is gone. So sometimes there's a workaround. I have a lot of stuff over here. But if you want to search something custom, you don't see the solution, just search on it on Google and you should be fine. So one more thing, I like to have a few animations. So for instance, this button over here. So I click, I go to design, and here below animation, I can make it slide in from a small area. I can make it bounce, roll. And again, when it comes to things like these, I never see something like this on a website of Apple or Tesla.com. So I prefer to have it simple. So make it fade. And then I can change it over here, change the settings. But what I prefer even more is slide. So right now it slides from the center. I prefer to slide it from the left, the right. So slide to the right. It's in some page builders, it's from the right. So that's where the confusion comes from. Okay. And what I can do now, I can also give it, change the duration. Right now it's 1 second, but I also can delay it. So I can say when the page loads after a half second, then it comes from the left and then over here. And let me, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, let me make it float again. even make it smaller if I want to. I go to design with the get in touch area, animation, slide in, but this time towards the left after 0.750 milliseconds. So first this one, then this one, and then after 1 second, design, animation. See, the longer you play around with it, the easier it becomes to navigate. This one also towards the left after 1 second. So how will that look? Command S, Command E, 1, 2, 3. And if I think this goes too fast, I enable the visual builder. I click over here, go to design, animation, and I make it 2 seconds. An animation of 2 seconds. Command S, Command E, like that. Well, that's way too slow. So that's how I roll, play around. What I also can do, I can save it and then refresh it over here, so I don't have to open and exit the visual builder all the time. So I go to design, animation, say 1250 seconds, Command S, and then I just refresh the page, Command R or F5, and now I see this is how I like it. So far so good. We're still going to take a look at how it will look on different devices. That's really important because most of the viewers from your website will probably come from different devices than a desktop. So it's really important to optimize it. We'll take a look at that later. I think it's time to take a look at the second area. Are you having fun? I hope so. I hope you enjoy learning all this stuff. If you have a question, feel free to leave a comment. Please consider, or just not consider, but just please like this video. Of course, you can consider it. It would help me out a lot. The more likes I get, I think the better my video will be found. And if you want to learn more about WordPress, feel free to subscribe to this YouTube channel. And now we're going to create a second area where I want to display a few features about my company. I will display 3. You can display 4 or 2. I will show you how to do that. And throughout everything we are about to do, you will learn more and more about Divi. And you'll see that it becomes easier to navigate through the website. So are you ready? I guess, because you're in front of the computer, or maybe you want to have a coffee or popcorn. But if you have popcorn, then your fingers get salty, unless you use sweet popcorn, but then your fingers get, I don't know. But and that's not the best thing for the keyboard. So choose wisely what you're gonna consume, or consume nothing, or only consume my knowledge. Wow, that's deep. I become emotional. Okay, let's continue. So I click on the plus over here. I go for a regular area with 3 things that say something about our company. And what I want to use for that is a blurb. Blurb. There you go. So by default, there's an image, a title, and a text. You can also use an icon, and that's exactly what I want to use. But meanwhile, I also want to show you more about what is possible using this module and using the Divi Visual Builder, because it's not gonna look like this at all. We're gonna make it look different. So the title, I want to say 3 things about my company. Maybe you want to show 4 things or 2. That's both possible. I will show you how. I start with the first one. And the first thing I want to say about my company is we listen. We really listen to what the client wants. So there's the text, the title, we listen. And then I can write a text. You can use AI for this. I also use Grammarly. If you want to know more about Grammarly, you can go to ferdykorp.com/Grammarly. Or you go to YouTube and you search for Grammarly Ferdy. There's a tutorial already 3 years old, but still works. Until this day, I should make a new one, even though it's still working. And then it can help you to change words and stuff, and to correct errors. So I want to use an icon instead of an image. So I click on use icon, still at the content area, and I search for a bulb, a light bulb, and I prefer to have colored ones. Instead of the outline, I like to have the colored ones. So there it is. Then I want to go to design, go to image and icon. The icon color, I want it to be orange. And the background, I want it to be greenish. But this is not what I have in mind. So I want to place it at the left. Okay. I want to have rounded corners, but right now I first want to create some padding because right now there's no padding at all. So let's see. I can create padding with a border, but I prefer not to do that. I want to take a look at the image icon padding. So I turn this on. Let's say 12. I want it to be a square. And the interesting thing is it cannot all be 12 because then it's not a square anymore. So I need to do this manually. So that's how I do it. And then I scroll up again because now I want to add a rounded area, rounded corner. And I increase it until it's perfectly round. And I see it's not perfectly round. So what I need to do, I need to go to the padding, the top and the border, or I decrease it, or I increase it, and I also increase the side, the left and the right area, until I think it's a perfect square. Yes. Okay, we listen. I can also click here and then I directly go to the right part in the editor over here. I want to make it bold. We listen and I click over here and then I want to make the text a bit smaller. Yes. Okay. I go to the settings over here and now I can duplicate it and get rid of the other two. Bam, that's how I can do things. Now I want to change the title over here to We Think Along. And I also want to change the text over here. Then I want to go to the image and icon and change it to shake hands. Something like that. The problem is now that it's not a circle anymore. So then I need to play around with that. I can do that at design, image and icon. So I can make the icon smaller. And then play around with the top and bottom. And then over here. I wish Divi would make this easier. Just make it a square always. So let's put this to 40. It's not a circle. It's still a bit bigger. So let's see. Okay. Then the third one, change the title. We are fast. I want to deliver my websites really fast. So I can say something about that. Okay, so something with time would be great, or clock. Okay, then again, I need to play around over here. And I also can search for a CSS code to always make this a square. Let's see. I think it can be a bit smaller. Okay, a bit bigger. Okay, and then again over here. Okay, so we're not there yet because what I want to do now, I want to click over here at the column area, go to design, spacing. I want to bring this halfway over this nice divider. So I go to the margin and then minus. Look at this. Now it's getting really cool, in my opinion. I hope you do. And if you like this video, then please like it. It will help me out a lot. The only thing is there is no background over here. So it looks really ugly. Let's keep it with minus 150. For me, maybe for you, there are different settings. Then I go to the content, column 1, background, and I make it white. Then I go to design of column 1, spacing. Let's see how much I want to increase this. Let's say 22. Also 22 over here. Okay, then I go to the border. I want to increase the radius like that, 16. And I want to have a shadow. We have not talked about shadows yet, but there's a box shadow. For every element, there's a shadow. And you can see at once how it will look. There's also an inner shadow or shadow like this. I like this one all the way around. And then over here, we can adjust it. So, and you can change the colors and stuff. I like this preset, so I keep it with this, but you can adjust those settings and always bring it back if you don't like it. So you can reset it again. Okay. That looks great in my opinion. And what I can do now, I can say right mouse click, copy the item styles, paste the item styles, and paste the item styles. So the content will be the same, but the style will be adjusted. Well, there's a lot of space over here, and it's exactly in between those 3 dividers. So there's one row, the second row, or one column. So there, okay, there's one row, and in those row, you can have multiple columns. So what I can do, I can hover over here, go to design, to sizing, and then say change the custom gutter width. So this is the gutter width. It's 3. I can adjust it to 2 or to 1. I prefer 2. Only one small problem. I prefer to have everything in the same height and width. And I like to have everything in 3 lines. So here it's perfect, here's perfect, here's not. So, or I need to do something about the text or about the padding. So let me show you what I mean. If I click over here, sorry. If I click over here in the second column, I go to design, spacing. What does it take? Okay, 18. So let's make this all 18. What can we do now? Go to the columns, second column, copy the item styles, paste it on the first one and the third one. And that's how we roll. And that's how we created the second area. And I think it looks great. There's only one thing now, that since we push this above, this is vertically not perfect in the center anymore. We can change it manually doing this. Until we see it's in the center. Or we go over here and do it also manually, but now with the numbers over here. You can even measure it. I have on the Mac Shift Command 3, or that's an image, sorry, Shift Command 4. So I see it's around 110 pixels. And then also here, 140. So what I can do, I can or increase this and then decrease this a bit. Shift Command 4. 26, 126, and okay, it's a little bit less. And this is how I work. It's not a perfect way. It's not the best way. It's just how I like to work. And for me, this works. You can also make a screenshot, open it in Photoshop, and then try to measure it. For me, this works. So what we've done so far using the Divi builder, we created one area with 2 columns. We brought this vertically to the center. We made sure that we could have inline buttons next to each other. We used a slider, a text. We highlighted something. And below, we used a divider. And then below, we had 3 columns. Copied and pasted the style. Changed the content. Played around with the icon. Brought it up. gave it a background with a shadow. And now it looks like this. So I hope you're happy so far. I am. And it's time to continue with the third area within our website here below. So I save it. Command E, just to take a look. Animations. And then I see, oh, wait, let's do one more thing. So I enable the visual editor again. Remember that after 1.25 seconds, this will appear. So if I go over here, I go to design. Let's see if the background goes with us. If I create an animation, so I slide it. No, it does not happen. So I bring it back. So I go to the columns, to this area, design of this column. And then I want to animate the whole column. Otherwise the background doesn't go with us. So I say slide. Yes, to the top. Let's slide to the top. That will be a great name for a song. Slide to the top. You were enough up. Hey, the better get it. Slide to the top. Who knows? If YouTube stops, then I can always pursue a different career. Yeah, why not? So after 1500 seconds, this one appears. Then I go back to the second one. Animation, slide to the top after 1750. By the way, I can also only use this, copy animation styles. And then the third one, go to design, right mouse click, paste the animation styles. And now we already have those settings. The only thing I have to change is make it 2 seconds. And I think this one, the second one, should be 175. Wait, 1750. Yes. Command S or Control S on the PC. Command or Control E. There it goes. The button, the second one. Wow. Awesome. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for following this tutorial. That means a lot to me. I do my best to create tutorials. And now we're going to take a look at the third part. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. I have an idea. We're going to create another section. So we need to enable the visual builder. And we're going to create a relative easy part. So we click on the plus. I want to tell something more about my company. So I want to create a regular area with 2 columns equally divided. I want to start with a gallery. So I click over here and I want to add a few images. And if you want to use the same images, these are stock images. You need to go to ferdycorp.com/istock, hit enter. You can get a, a subscription, and then you can have 100 images per month for a certain amount of money. So I log in. So I search for business meeting smile. And I see these images over here. So I can get them. And if you would open this in an incognito window so I can see how much it costs, maybe it's only part of the subscription. I can download it for free. It says you can have a few for free. So feel free to test it out. And then you can see all those images and I will use them. So I think stock images, they can cost some money, but first impressions counts. And of course, in this case, it's maybe you should use images of your own company to show real images. In this case, I use these images over here. They have the same style, so it comes across like it's genuine. If they're all different companies, different styles, then it can look a little bit weird. But these are for a demo purpose only, because this is of course not my company. But if you have images from your company, definitely use them over here. And it shows some professionality. And I optimize them all. So over here I say Los Angeles web design agency, California web design agency. So use your keywords in your photos. So I select them all. First one, holding shift, the latest one, open. There they go. And again, click on them, get rid of the titles, paste, paste. Second one, copy, paste, paste. And if you have a lot of images, what you even can do, you can copy this. And if you have all those dashes, you can go to the text editor, create a new document, paste it here, and then go to File. Let's see, where is it? Edit. Find and replace, and then find a dash and replace it with a space, and then all. Then I copy it, paste it, paste it, paste it. I go to the next one, copy this, go to the text editor. Sometimes I have just weird ways on how I can change things, and hey, it's working for me, so maybe it also works for you. But I only would do this if I have a lot of images, because right now it's faster to do it like this. You have to do this only once, so maybe it's not fun to do, but it's important. Paste and paste. And I select them all, they're still selected. So I select them, there they go. I prefer not to use a random order because I want to be in charge of how I display my images. Maybe I want to bring a certain order. So first this one, we have a meeting, then we talk together, we sit with the client, we talk about the results, etc. We do some preparations. Maybe you have a certain order, and then in that case, don't use a random order. The image count, I prefer to place 1. With the elements, I say the same thing. No title and caption and stuff. Then layout, change it back to a slider. And I prefer to have all the same height and width for your images. Otherwise, your whole page shifts. Let me show you in a minute what I mean by that. Automatic animation. Okay, let's put this on 1 second so it slides really fast. Wow, did you see that? 1 millisecond. What? So they're all the same size. If I would not have that, look at this. I will add 1 image in between, which will be my logo, which has a different height or a different aspect ratio. Look at this. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, it's doing a great job. But if my image will be higher, then it will be a problem. So keep that in mind. Okay, I want to use the same background as I do over here. So click over here. Right mouse click on the background. Copy the background. Ferdy, are you kidding me? No, I'm not kidding you. This is really possible. Ferdy, that's amazing. Yes, I understand. I totally agree. So that's how easy that is. Now I can go over here. I want to add a text module. And then I want to add a text. Well, I already have the text. This is a heading 2. And this is some information about my company. Then I go to design, heading text. I want it to be H2. So for all the H2 text, I can create a certain style, make it orange, for instance. I can even make it capitalized and stuff. But since I'm working with lower, no capitals, I prefer to only have a capital at the beginning of my sentence. Otherwise, I would have a capital at the beginning of every word. And then I go to the text and I want it to be white. And I want it to be a bit, can be bigger. Okay. So far, so good. What can help you to be found on the internet is to highlight certain words, keywords, or phrases. Well, I want to be found on my company name, Web Divine. So I can, wait a minute, I can select it. I can make it bold, and that will help you. And what I found out is that there's a glitch over here. If I say bold, it becomes underlined. You see that? So there's a glitch. Before in the tutorial, I said if you click on the AA, the color will change. Well, I need to click here, of course. I make it this color. So there's a glitch. I hope when you follow this tutorial, the glitch is gone. I want to highlight a Web Divine, Los Angeles, Command B, and click on the color. It's working this time. And then there's one sentence. Nothing has to be done, but everything is possible. I can make it bold, Command D. And now it's having that glitch again. Or not, I don't know. But I hope when you watch this, it will be gone. I save it. So everything stays in the style of the website. And that's what I like. Then I'm going to create a new area. I want to show you more about what is possible. And I hope by now you're comfortable navigating through the Divi Builder. I click on the plus. And I want to have a regular area with one row or one column. And I want to have a text with a simple title that says awards we have won. Make it a heading 2. Go to design. To bring it to the center. Make it this color. Why is it not going? Of course, I need to select H2. There you go. And then in this area or below this area, within the section, I want to have a new row. So I can have multiple rows in a section. So I click on the green plus. And now I want to have 4 columns. And in every column, I want to have an image represents one of the awards I won. So I have them on my desktop. Those 4. But I cannot use these. I cannot share these images. But what I can do, if you click on upload files, select files. If you go to the images tutorial area, home, who we work for, you can use these if you want to follow along. The only thing is I cannot share those images. So I select the first one. Then I can go to the, let me see, to the settings here. I can get rid of everything else. So now I have 4 of those. And what I will do, I click on over here and I change it to the second one. Then I change it to the third one. And I change it to the fourth one. It can be if you have different images with different sizes, that those sizes do not really match. I think this does not look that appealing. First, I want to make use of the design, sizing, equalize column height stuff. So this looks better. I want to bring everything a bit closer. So if I go to this row structure, design, spacing, margin, 0, 0, padding 0, 0. So everything comes a bit closer and I want this to be smaller. Well, I can go over here, go to design, sizing and decrease it like that. That's one way to do it. Or I can also do it with pixels. So I say 600 pixels. I prefer pixels because when you go for percentage, depending on the size of the computer screen, things will change. I prefer to have everything pixel perfect. I want to make the bigger images smaller. So I go over here to design, sizing, and then I can change the width to percentage. But again, let's say pixels. And I need to figure out how big. So I think 90 is okay. What I can do now, I can copy the style and paste it here. This one can be bigger. So I go to design, sizing, and increase it again until I think, okay, now it's matching. And then I can go to the columns, to design, sizing, and I can use a custom gutter width. So there's less space or more space between everything. Actually, I think 3 is great. So I'm happy with this. And then we're going to create a next area. As you probably know by now, we're going to create another section, but this time I want to show you a bit more about what is possible when it comes to styling. Of course, we can create content and give it a color, but we can also do more. So in this section, I want to talk more about the things you can do in order to style your website. Regular. I want to go for one row with a text. So the text will be, there will be 2 texts, 2 lines. What we are really good at. Then I hit enter and I say, this is what we do. So I select the first line and I make it a heading 3. And the second line, I make it a heading 4. Now I go to design. Let me scroll down so I can see what's going on over here. If I go back to content, I can bring it to the center, but I also can do that at design. So I go to the text and I bring it to the center. Great. Then I go to the heading text. The first one, H3. Okay, what I want to do, I want to have a background. So you know what? I will duplicate this module. Then I remove the second line. Then I scroll down and I go to background. I want to give it this background, like that. I want to go to design, heading text, H3. I want to change the text to white and bold. You know what, ultra bold. Then I want to go to sizing, change it to 300 pixels. Like that. Bring it to the center. And now it's spacing, padding. I can increase the size around it. So that's what I actually like. I want to use a dark background. So I go over here, copy the background. Over here, paste the right mouse click, copy the section styles, right mouse click, paste the section styles. So what we're really good at, and then below, get rid of this. This is what we do. I can also change it to a heading 3, design, heading text, H3, make it white. This is what we do. Make it bold and a bit bigger. Then I go to this module, design, spacing, below. Yes. Okay, below that, I want to show 4 things that we're really good at and what we do. So I click on the plus. And this time I want to have 4 columns. Then I go for an icon. There you go. I want it to be a fingerprint. I'm going to talk about branding. That's something we're good at. Okay, at design, I want the icon to be white, no background. I want to decrease the size, align it to the left. Okay, below that, click on the plus. I want to have a text with the 4 things I offer. So 01, enter, branding. And then a list of the things I brand. So I do a brand scan, shift enter. So it stays in the same paragraph. Branding strategy. And I do logo and branding or logo design. Over here, the 01, I want it to be heading 3. And branding, I want it to be heading 2. Now I go to design, text. I want it to be white. There you go. I go for the heading H2. Of course, I also want it to be white. And then the H3, I want it to be yellow and smaller. So I make it bold, but a bit smaller. Okay, then I want to take a look at the line height. Bring it back to 0. Then I want the H3 to be even smaller. It's not about the number, it's about branding. And this is how I'm actually happy with this, how it looks. Then I can go to the columns, remove them, duplicate the first one. And now it's a matter of finding the right icons and filling in the right information. So I will fast forward and show you what I will change. Okay, click over here. Design, sizing, use custom gutter. but I'm okay. What I like to do, sizing, make it smaller, bring it a bit closer. So I can say 700 pixels, make it 800, and then change the icons. Awesome. I'm happy with this. So what else? I click on the plus. I want to show some numbers. So I go for a regular area. Let's start with one column because I'm all the time duplicating them. And I go for a counter, not a circle counter, but a number counter. I can have a title, websites made. How many are there? Well, I can tell you more than 430. So I say 430 plus, or I just say 430. Then I go to elements. I get rid of the percentage sign. At design, I go for the number. I want to change it, of course, to the number of the color of my website. Website's made. The text, I can make it smaller, bigger, but I'm okay. Maybe a bit smaller. And now I can go over here, duplicate it a few times. Then I go to the second one. Years of experience, 23. And I can say plus. And the third one, how many employees? 12. And how many awards have we won? 4 so far. Awesome. Did you know that you can turn a section into a global section? If you did not know that, now you know. What does it mean? If I have a certain area in my website that I want to use on multiple places, I can turn it into a global section. Then if I place that global section on multiple places in my website, I can adjust one of those areas, and then all of these areas will be changed at once. So I will make a call to action, and maybe later on in the tutorial, if I've placed it on 3 places in the website, I want to adjust the color of the button. If I adjust it in the global color, it will be adjusted on all 3 places within the website, and that will save you time. So let me show you how to create a global section in your Divi website. Now I want to create an area that I want to save and use on multiple places in the website. So I add a new section, regular, with 1 column or 1 row. I want to start with a text. And I call the title Reach Out to Us. Again, I want to make this dark. So copy the section styles and paste. Okay, it's not working like that. Paste the section styles and bring it down again. A few glitches, but there are always ways to work around it. Again, I go over here, reach out to us. That can be in H2. I can go to design, heading text, bring it to the center. Let's see, H2. Bring it to the center. Make it orange. What I like to do now, I like to have a separator. But if I take a look over here, I want to click on the plus. And if I cannot click on the plus, then I can go to the wireframe. And then over here, I can click on the plus. So that's how you can use it. Or you can go to the layers, to the latest one, text. And I can duplicate it, or I can add a new one. Well, I'm searching for a separator or a divider, like that. Show the divider. So how does it look? Okay, it doesn't need to have a link. The line color, I want it to be this color. Solid on top. Then I go to sizing, the weight. So how bold should it be? 2 pixels is fine for me. The width, how about 250 pixels? Maybe 200. I want it to be smaller than this text. I want to bring it to the center. I can take a look at the spacing, how much space do I want to have, but right now it seems to be fine. Again, I cannot see the plus, so I can go to the layers, section, row, column. Click on the plus, go for a new text. And I want to type a text. There it goes. I go to design. The font is okay. I want to bring it or give it a light color. Bring it to the center. Then I want to go to spacing. Sizing. And I say, how about 600 pixels? And bring it to the center. And how about a little bit less? Yes. Then I want to have a button. Click on the plus button, or what I can do, duplicate this one, select it, scroll down, and release it over here. Then I go to design, alignment, bring it to the center. And then I want to have a section border. So I go to design, border. I want to have a border only at the bottom of 2 pixels, and it's orange, like that. So I like it. Command S. Then before I save it, I want to see how it looks. Or you know what? I'll save it and then I'll show you how I can change it later. So this area, I can click over here, save the section to the library. I call this one CTA contact form. So call to action to reach out for contact. Save as global. That means I can place this on multiple places in the website, but when I change it on one place, it will also be changed on other places. That's what I really like. I can have categories, CTAs, CTA. Save to the library. Awesome. Now it becomes green because if I change it over here, it will also be changed somewhere else. So if I would exit the Visual Builder and I go to the About page and I enable the Visual Builder and I choose a pre-made layout and I go to my saved layouts, there are no results. My existing pages, the home page. Okay, well then I will not use this. But what I want to do, click on the plus, add from the library. There's my CTA contact. And I want to use this section. There it is. Now, if I would save this color, I go to design, button, make the text okay, dark. Let's do something more significant. The background. Now it's green. I save it. I exit the Visual Builder. So now I'm here at the About page. It is green. If I click over here and I scroll down all the way, it's also green. If I enable the Visual Builder, I scroll down all the way. I click over here. I go to Design, Animation, None. Okay, let me bring the color back. Background. I save it. Command E. About. Now it's also yellow and it's not flying in anymore. So that's a global area. We can use this on multiple places in the website. And when we change it on one place, it will also be changed on other places. So what I want to do now, make this a bit bigger. And bold. Save, exit, homepage. That's also bold. So I think this looks great. We have made this page. I think it looks amazing. We're gonna optimize it for the other devices later when we created the other pages. So we have created a complete website from scratch using the Divi theme. So I hope by now you're a little bit familiar with how to work with the Divi theme. It still becomes easier. The more you practice, the more you play around with it, the easier it becomes. Of course, we're gonna optimize our website or page for all devices. We'll do that later. Right now, I want to show you a different way on how to build a page. I will show you how you can import one of the hundreds of Divi pre-made templates, and I will show you how you can adjust those pages in a relatively short amount of time, so you can save time and make every page in the style of your website. So I will show you a few cool tricks on how to save some time. Don't we all want to save time? I think we do, so I should not talk more about this and just get straight to the content. Let's go and import a pre-made website and adjust it really fast. What I want to show you now is how to import a pre-made template and show you a lot of tips and tricks in order to speed up your workflow. I go to the About page and we already pasted something there. So I enable the visual builder. For now, I'll get rid of this. So I want to start from scratch. And then I can click on the three dots, click on the plus, and then I want to go for the favorites. And I like this one. I can choose any page. And when I hover over here, I can scroll. See how it looks. I like it, but it's not in the style of our website. But I will show you a few ways on how to make it in the style of your website, how to adjust it. So I use this layout. It can take 5 till 10 minutes, depending on the weather. No, it will take around 5 till 10 seconds. So there it goes. And there it is. Awesome. Of course, I save it. Command S. So a few things we can do. Up until this point, we have worked with the colors we have chosen for our website. I showed you how to choose certain colors for your website, branding colors, and then use those. But you can also work with global colors. And if you use global colors and you decide later on that you want to change those global colors, all those colors that are used in your website using global colors are changed. I think it's better if I show you how it works. We can work with global colors. Right now we work with colors we use all the time in our website. But besides that, the default colors, we can also use global colors. Let me show you. I click on the section settings. I go to the background. And over here, I can select one of the colors of my website. Or I go to global colors and use this color. Click on the plus. You do not see it immediately, but it's there. So if I would check this, save it, and I would go back to the background, gradient, and then the color, and then the global colors, it's there. I can also go for another color and click on the plus. Let's go back, see if it's there. Yes, 2 global colors. So the first one is the orange one. The second one, I want it to be the red one. Great. If I would go to this button, I click over here, I go to design, button, and I decide that the background should have the global color orange, and the border should also have the global color orange. So now 3 parts, the border, the button background, and then this area of the background have that orange color. Now, if I go to that color, I go to the global color and I decide to change this color to something else. Look at that. Everywhere it is changed. Why is it also changed over there? Because I'm working with text right now. That looks better. So that means wherever on the page you change those colors. So if I would go over here, go to design, heading text, and I go to the color, global color, orange. If I decide to change this color to purple, yes. And I go to the red color and I decide to change it to dark blue, yes. That means that all those colors now are changed. So if you want to use global colors, you can do that. And in that way, later on, it's really easy for you to change the look and feel of the style of your website. So that's what you can do with global colors. I personally do not use it, but hey, you can use it. So what else can we do? Well, since we're working with those colors, I can click over here. You know what? No, I don't want to work with those colors. I go to the background, color 1, green one, color 2, color next to that. I change the gradient direction to 90. And then also over here, I prefer to go to design, button, use this color, sorry, white text, but the background like that. I want to get rid of that glow around it. So I scroll down and I go to the box shadow and I say no. So I like this style. If I want to speed up my workflow, I can copy the module styles. Then I can scroll down. And over here, I see a button. I say right mouse click, paste the module styles. So now it's changed. I can also say Command Z, Control Z. So you know what? Right mouse click, extend the button styles. So now I can extend it throughout the page, the section, the row, or the column. If I say the page and I extend it, that means that this color will be used on all the buttons on this page, as you see. That can save you some time. So you can do that with everything. So if I see this color over here, I don't have to go to Photoshop. I want to change those colors to a bit greenish or maybe orange. I don't have to go to Photoshop, upload it again. No, I can go to design, filters. I can change the hue to something that is more orange or something that's greenish. Well, I prefer orange. It's a tricky one to find orange. It's just to make my point over here, what you can do. Okay, right mouse click. I can extend the filter styles to all images on this page. So right now, there's an image over here. And here, and here. If I say extend, look at this. Now they're all in a new filter style. So that's how you can save time. I see this color over here. And that color has nothing to do with the color that I want to use on my website. If I scroll down to the other dark areas, also here, it's purplish. Here, I don't want that. What I prefer is it to be white. So I can go to design, text, or I can click over here. So I go directly to the right place. And I can say right mouse click, find and replace. And I change it to white. In this section, in this column, text settings, all text settings. So if I replace it, it has become white over here. But also over here. And over here. So let me show you another example. This greenish color. I go to design, image icon, find and replace. Over here, I can do it only within this section, replace. So it will only be changed over here, but I thought I saw the same color somewhere else. So I can say that all these purple colors should be replaced in the website. So I go to design, or I click here, find and replace. All modules, and I change it with this one. There you go. Okay, we're getting closer and closer to the result I want to have. right mouse click, copy the section styles. And for every dark background, I want to paste the section styles. Paste the section styles. Okay, then there's this color over here from the divider. Design, line. I can change this to orange. And then I can say extend line color to all dividers on this page. And now, orange, orange, orange. Again. Oh, wait. Oh man, there are multiple ways to do things. I can hold Shift, select. I select 8 modules in one time. I click on one of the icons. Now if I change something over here, the body text, for instance, it's changed everywhere. If I go to the icon, I go to the filter of the icon, I change them all at once. So that is how you can save a lot of time. Get a text, find and replace with this text. Copy. Paste module styles. What you also can do, there's so much more. I like this style. I want to use it all the time. But now when I create a new button, it looks like this in the Divi style. So what I prefer, right mouse click, apply styles to active preset. Yes, I'm sure. So now if I create a new button anywhere in the website, by default, it looks like this. Oh, is that a time saver? Yes, it is. So that is how we can relatively fast adjust the styles in our website and speed up the workflow. Okay, but now let's make a real About Us page so you can learn more about the Divi Builder. I remove this page and start from scratch using an area with 1 row. I want to have a text in it, and maybe I can go a bit faster because by now you should be able to know a bit how to work with the Divi Builder. So I want to have a title, the About page, and I want it to be heading 1. Then I go to the section settings, to the background, go for a gradient, and by now I think you know which color I will choose. The green one and the dark one, and put it to 90 degrees. Then I go to text, design, or I can hover over here. Bring it, make it white, bring it to the center. Then I want to go back to the section, create a divider. Sorry, a design. Dividers at the bottom. And I want to have the same one actually as on the homepage. Well, I can do that manually. Like this. Bring this to 50 and flip it. Then I can go to layout and then to spacing. That's what I meant. Let's say 50 or 100. So far, so good. Then I want to have kind of a next level area. Not super next level, but I just want to show you what I'm about to do. I create a new section with 2 columns. One bigger column at the left, like that. And I want to have an image over there. I grab the image. I used it before. You can use an image you have. I upload the image. I go to design, to border. I give this image rounded corners like that. Then I want to have a new section below that, regular, but now the other way around. Small area at the left, a bigger area at the right. And I want to have nothing over here. But over here, I want to have a text. If you want to find dummy text, go to dummy text generator. And there you can say a few things. You can have 200 words, few paragraphs. So I can copy this. And if I use this text, nobody can sue me for using their text. This is kind of copyright-free text. Okay. I want to give it a title about, and that will be heading 2. Click over here. And I'm okay with it. Then I want to have a few areas that I want to highlight. Choose a color, orange, bold, and orange, bold, and orange. So what I want to do now, look at this. I want to go to the section. I want to go to design, spacing, put everything. Wait a minute, on 0, over here, 20, 20, 20, and 20. Now I want to change the section advanced position to absolute. Now it will be placed on top of everything. And here at the right, I can drag it down. Like that. Then I want to go to the background over here, below the text, make it white, go to design, spacing, and here I want to say 20, 20, 20, and 20. Then I want to go to the border and also say 20. Like that. Drag it up a bit. And now you have this cool effect. Get rid of this. Okay, then I want to show something about my team, all the people that work in my company. Let's save it. So I click on the plus, regular, and then again I want to have a column with 3. I want to have a row with 3 columns. I want to go for a person. The name goes here while I'm talking about Andy, of course, or actually Ferdy. Andy, he is the real CEO. I'm not. I'm just pretending to be. He has a Facebook URL, a Twitter or X URL, and LinkedIn. Again, I can place some text over here about our amazing CEO, and then it will look like this. So how about an image? I go to the image, and I have a few images again from iStockPhoto. James, Dwight, Michael, Jim, and Andy. Don't know if that sounds familiar. If it does, I'm happy for you. And I'm going for Andy. Okay. Meanwhile, I go to the background and I copy the section styles, which is probably including this area below. I don't want that. So I go to design, divider, bottom, none. So over here, I want to have this, I want this to have a white background. So I have to go to content, background, make it white, but I want to have some space over here. Well, I can figure out with you how to get it. I will do so. I exit the visual builder. I can do a right mouse click here, inspect, and then go up until I see the whole area covered over here. Then I can copy this class, copy. I can go to the theme customizer. I also give you the code, but if you want to follow along, you could say point, paste, opening parentheses, closing, and then padding 20 pixels. And there you go. Now there's a nice edge around it. And if you want to get that code, go to Ferdy Korpershoek.com. To tutorials, Divi. And then you can find that code over here. So far, so good. I like to give this a nice color. So I go to the visual builder, scroll down, click over here, click on Andy. I want to go for this color, make it a bit more bold, and the line height, change it to 0. Let's see. Okay. Then I want to go to the CEO part. I want to make it bold and green and increase the line height. And then I want to go to the text, make it almost black, and then to the icons over here, make them green. And if I'm like, I don't want them, then I can go to the text, get rid of this link, of this one, and then they're gone. Now I go to the columns. I can duplicate it. And I can also duplicate this. Get rid of this one. And now it's a matter of changing the information. So I can go over here, call this one Gym, go to the image, and I go for Gym, etc. This is Michael, web developer. So let me fast forward. So there you have it, the theme. So I think it looks great. I think we accomplished something great by creating this amazing page. Now, before we continue, actually we do continue, but we do continue with this part. I want to talk about this color over here. As I said before, we're going to create a beautiful custom-made header using the Divi Visual Builder. But right now I'm just using this, but I want to get rid of this color. Why is this blue? Because it's the active page. So if I go to our work, that becomes blue because that is the active page. So in order to adjust that color, go to the theme customizer, then go to header and navigation, primary menu bar, and then there's a active link color, and I use this one. I click away. And over here also, I want this to be the same color. Perfect. Then I go back. I go to general settings. And if it's not the case yet, go to layout settings and here change the theme accent color also to this one. Publish and close. Do you like parties? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Well, I have a party for you. It's called the copy and paste party. We will create a new page, but in that page, I will use a lot of elements we all have already created. And then I will change the style and I'll show you how you can create pages relatively fast. It's all about speed optimization as long as you keep the quality of the content and the style of your website. So I will show you how to create a website fast by copying, pasting, and adjusting. What I want to do now, I want to go to the services page And I want to have a copy and paste party to show you how fast you can work. So what I will do, I hold Command or Control on the PC. So I go to the home page and I enable the Visual Builder. Now I go to the service page. I'm already there and I enable the Visual Builder. So I have the page builder enabled on both pages. I start from scratch. Okay. What I want to do. You know what? I hold Command and I exit the Visual Builder. So I go to the About page and I enable the Visual Builder again. So I have 3 pages open with the page builder. I want to copy this whole area. How can I do that? Right mouse click, copy section, and then I go to the services page, right mouse click, and I paste the section. I remove this one and I remove this one. Then I go to the home page and I'm like, hey, I want to copy this area. So I go to this row, copy the row. Then I go over here, right mouse click, paste the row. Get rid of this. Awesome. I drag this on top. And then I say services. Go to design, spacing, 0. Okay. Then I want to go for a text. I go to design, text, and I make it light. I bring it to the center. And I go to sizing, make it 600 pixels. I scroll down and I do a module alignment center. So in a short amount of time with a little bit of copy and pasting, I created this part. What else? If I go to the home page, there's this area, this nice area. I want to copy it, but I don't want to use it exactly the same as it is used over here. So I open this new area, regular, choose anything, and then again, I paste it. Sometimes you don't see it. You need to save it, Command or Control S. So again, right mouse click, copy row, maybe also save it over here, save it, and then right mouse click, paste the row. I see nothing, almost nothing, because the text is white. So what I will do over here, well, that's okay. I want to go to the row settings, and I go to the column. Background of that column will be green. Okay, then I go to the design of that column. I go for a border that is 20 pixels. Then I go to spacing. I want to have 20, 20, 20, and 20. Awesome. I copy the style, or I extend the item styles to throughout this section or this row. There it goes. Then I get rid of all the icons. So it looks different than over here. And we did it in a relative short amount of time. I don't like it that this text is in 2 lines. So I go over here again to design, to sizing, and I bring this back from 800 to nothing. So it will be the width of the website. Great. If I want to, I can create a new section, or over here, I copy this whole section. Let's save it. Right mouse click, copy the section, save it over here. Right mouse click, paste section, and then below it's there. Okay, but this time I want the background to be white. So I go to the overlay, or even better, the light color. There's a light blue color, this one, or light green. I want to use that color. Then I want to go to design. I want to have something in between here. So I go to border, border styles, top. I go for 3 pixels and orange. Nice. Then I copy this module, I paste it over here. Let me scroll down a bit. So I paste the module. And now, having this opened, I can hover over here. I can change this color to something dark. So first we have branding. Then I want to have a text. There you go. And over here, I have a bit of text. I don't want to use it here. Command X. Okay, but here I do want to use it. So here below, I paste it. And these could be links to individual links. So a page about to individual pages. So a link about the brand scan, branding strategy, and the logo design. But I'm okay with how things are going over here at design, at spacing, at the bottom. I can turn everything to something pixel perfect. I don't want to have this slider, so I remove it. I want to have one image. So I type it in and I grab this image. Then I go to the design of the image, and at border, I say 20. Then if I want to, I can have a button here below. And then it's in the same style as I decide it to be. So I can call this one branding. So what else? I can now duplicate this. But now, look at this. I want to have this image at the right and this stuff at the left. So I can drag it all around, or I go to the row settings and change them like that. Of course, I need to adjust the information. So here it is web design. I can have a different text, so I can go over here, copy this, paste over here, and make it bold, and then link this to the page called web design. Of course, you can have a different image over here. Now I can duplicate this one. Okay. I drag this down here below. So I've left an image, right an image, left an image, and then I say number 3. Etc. So I will fast forward. Okay, and then here below, I can add from the library, and there's my call to action. I want to use it in the section. There it goes. Reach out to us. So we've created this page with copying and pasting, and in that way we can save a lot of time. So it looks like this. Another thing we can do to speed up our workflow is using the Divi Cloud. You can go to ferdycorp.com/Divi Cloud. You can watch this video if you want to. You don't have to. You can get it here, but there's also a free version. Here's how you can buy this, but it's also, there's a free trial. So what you need to do, if you want to save something and use it on a different website you made with Divi, you can click over here on this particular section, for instance, and you can save it to the library, or you can save it to Divi Cloud. And if you save it to Divi Cloud, you can use it on all the websites you have made with Divi. You can also do that for the complete page. Click over here, save it to Divi Cloud. So let's start with this one. Click over here, save to Divi Cloud. I can call this one services with yellow text background. Save to Divi Cloud. You can have categories, heroes, tag, hero. Save to Divi Cloud. can be that you need to log in. I say Command S. I close this. Now I go to another website and I exit the Visual Builder, save and exit. I want to enable the Visual Builder. I start from scratch, close this. Now I want to click on the plus and import something from Divi Cloud. But I need to sign in again. So I need to sign in with the same account I used, of course, when I exported this. Now it failed, so I need to go back. I go to my saved layouts, and then over here, I see mine. I can click on it, and there you go. Now we've imported it to our new website using Divi Cloud. Within the whole copy and pasting party, there's another option. You can clone pages and then adjust them. So let me show you right now how to clone pages and adjust the look and feel and the content. We have made of the pre-made templates from Divi. And now I want to talk about cloning a page. So I have the services page over here. I want to clone that page. So I go to another page, the branding page, and I enable the Visual Builder. And then it asks me, build it from scratch, use a pre-made template, or clone an existing page. So I choose the page, and it's the service page. So I click over here. I use this layout. And now over here, I don't want to duplicate it, but I want to actually double click and adjust the text. Let me do it this way. Branding. And then I can say something. Branding is the motor of your business. Wow. Wow. That hits me right in the heart. I don't need this. So I remove this. I don't need those images. So I want to talk a bit more about what I do with branding. So the first thing I do is a brand scan. Then I go over here, get rid of this and this. And the second thing I do is a brand strategy session. The third thing I do is creating a logo. And I get rid of this and this. There's no fourth option or fourth subservice. So Command S. And that's how I cloned a page and adjusted it in a few minutes. Only here I want to get rid of the top border. That's it. Maybe this looks weird, but if your text would be a bit bigger, I think it would also look better. And if you want to, you can add images over here that support what you're saying over here. So that is how you can make use of the cloning page feature. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to create a contact page. And again, we're gonna show you new things on what you can do within the Divi theme. So let's get started with that. I skipped those two. We're gonna talk about those, but I want to go to the contact page and show you how to create a contact page within Divi. So I enable the Visual Builder. And I go to the first option and build it from scratch. I close this, I save it, Command S, Control S. Then I hold Command on Exit Visual Builder. I go to the About page, enable the Visual Builder. Copy the section. Paste the section. And over here I say Contact. So right now I want to go to the section Design Dividers, and I want to change the bottom color to blue, as you see over here. And I create a new area, regular with 2 columns. And over here I place a form, contact form. And over here I want to have a text. So I say Web Divine LLC, enter my address. Okay, then I say this is okay. I duplicate it. I click over here. Then I want to go for LLC. Shift enter, the vet ID. And my IBAN for my bank account. Okay. And in between, I click on the plus. I want to have a blurb. And then I go to image, use an icon. I go for mail. Choose that one. So far, not so good. So what I will do, I will start to adjust it step by step. So first, I want to go to the background of this area. Let me save it. I click over here. Then I go to the background of the second column. So I click on this icon. Then I go to the background and I want it to be dark. Awesome. Then I go back. I go to the first column and I want to make the background white. Now I want to go to the section background and I want to make it that light blue. Great. I go to the text, design, text. Make the text color light. Let me see, extend the text color to all text in this row. There you go. I go over here, get rid of the body text. Then I say over here, info@divi5.com. Then I want to go to design, image and icon. Change the color to the orange one. Icon placement at the left. Then I want to make the icon smaller. Let's say 20. Then I want to go to the text color. Title text. Make it white. Make it smaller. Like that. Then I want to align it a bit more vertically. So the line height. Like that. And then the width, the spacing. It's a weird trick. Spacing, sorry, I mean the sizing. I bring the width to the left, to 0%, so it comes a bit closer. Okay, then I go to spacing. And at the left, I say at padding 20 pixels. Come back over here to design. I go to spacing. And here I say 20 everywhere. Except bottom, by the way. And at bottom margin, I say 0. And then I can increase it a bit. Let's say 10. Then I go to the content or hover over here. Wait, no, content. And then I change this to H1. Then I bring this to H2. Bring it to the center, make it white. Make it a bit bigger. So we have H2 here and then here H1. I think the H1 can be a bit smaller. And I want it to be orange. So we're getting closer to the result I have in mind. I want to duplicate this twice. Okay. Over here, I want to say https divi5.com. I go to the image icon and I change it to address. And then the third one, my phone number. I go to the icon and search for a phone. There you go. Then add spacing. How about 0 here, 0 here, 0 here, and 0 here. And then I say extend the margin to all blurbs in this row. Okay, now it comes closer. Am I happy with it? I think the icon can be a bit smaller. And then with that, okay, first extend on this row. So now they're all smaller. And if I want to, I can go to the text and change the line height. And also extend it throughout this row. Great, then I go over here, design, spacing, and then I say 20, 20, 20, and 20. And then I can go back to design, and at the top I can say 10. Awesome. Over here, if you want to learn how to create a form, you can go to YouTube, search for Divi form, and there you have it. It's a 52-minute tutorial because you can become really good in this and then make advanced forms. So I don't want to talk about that too much because you can learn everything about that. Let me fast forward and make a form that's okay. Okay, then I go to this element, design. I go for spacing and I say 20, tab 20. Okay. If I want to, I can click on the plus for a text area. I can say reach out to us, H2. Drag it over there. And also give this spacing of 20, tab 20, tab 20, and tab 20. Maybe that's a lot, so at the bottom, nothing. So here at the bottom, nothing. Okay. Now I want to stitch those together. So I go to the row settings, design, sizing, use custom gutter width, and I want it to be 0. So they're next to each other. I want to equalize the column heights, and then it will be brought to the center. The rows, then to the second column, design. And then at spacing, I want to link those and look at it. I want this to be aligned. So if I want to see it better, I can also make this orange for a moment or black. Then I go back to the row, second column, design, spacing, then I can increase it until it matches perfectly. Okay, then I do this times 2. So that's 184. So I say 0, 184. Uncheck this and then 0. Let's see. 85. Perfect. So what I will do over here. And by the way, if I want to, I can also go back, go to design, sizing and bring it to 600 pixels. How about 800 pixels? Okay. So it's better to work with pixel perfect sizes over here. Then I can go to the columns. It's a workaround. I would prefer that automatically this will be filled up, but that's not the case. So I go to spacing again until it lines up perfectly. Okay, still at the second column with this background, I go to the border, uncheck this, and then here I say 20. And then here I say 20. Then I go to the first column, design, border, uncheck this, and then I say here 20 and 20. And then for the mobile, we can make it look different, which is nice. So I'm happy with this. Of course, I bring the background back to the light blue color. And that is how you can create a contact page where people can reach out. And if you want, you can have a more in-depth form and then more information about my company. Let me save it. Command E. It can be that you just want to import the complete website. Of course, it's fun to learn Divi, but maybe like, hey, I just want to get the job done. Give me the website. Let's get it over with. Well, if that's the case, let me show you how you can download this website for free with all the pages and a few templates. So you can skip some time and have a great end result and then adjust it and save a lot of time. I already said it, save a lot of time, skip a lot of time. Let's skip the rest of this talk about importing the website. Let's get started. If you want to import this complete website, I have good news for you because you can do that. You can go to divi.ferdycorp.com, hit enter. And if you sign up over here, your first name and your email address, you can get the templates. You can unsubscribe at any time. And if you don't, I send you an email when I have a new Divi related tutorial. So when you have signed up, you go to this page, you see this beautiful image over here. You can download the complete website by clicking here. There you go. Web defined Divi. I unpack it. I see all those JSON files. And now I go to a new website, in my case, divi4.com. I log in. And it's quite an empty website. I'll get rid of all the pages. The only page. And I can go to the theme customizer, to menus. And I already shown you how to create a menu, so I will fast forward. I will create my main menu, bring it to the primary menu, and I start adding pages. Scroll down, homepage settings. I select the homepage as the homepage. If I want to change this logo, I go to the backend, to Divi Theme Options. And over here, I can upload a logo. I'll do that from the folder images tutorial, which you also have if you want to. Number 6, Web Design 2024 logo. Let's do both. The logo and the logo white. And I go for the normal logo. Okay, so far so good. Then the first page, the homepage, enable the visual builder. I can start from scratch. Click over here, click on this icon, import, select files. Then I go to my downloads. And I go to the homepage. I had to get rid of all the images which I bought because I don't want to do anything illegal. I replace the existing content and I click on import the Divi builder layout. Okay, I save it. Then I exit the visual builder. I go to the about page, enable the visual builder, and I will do the same thing with all pages. So again, I will fast forward. Okay, so far so good. I go to the backend. Then I go to Divi library, import and export. I want to click on import. Then I continue with, let me see, the footer. Then the header main, and heading 2. One more, import, choose a file, and I go for the blog post. The blog post is a blog post layout, so it decides the look and feel of how the blog post will be displayed. Look and feel of how the blog post will be displayed. Wow. Okay, I go to Divi Theme Builder, global header, from the library, my saved layouts, and I go for the main header, use this layout. Then I go for a global footer from the library, saved layouts, footer, use this layout. Okay, then for the contact page, add from a library. What's happening here? Wait. Okay, I built a new template for a specific page, the contact page, create a template. Then I go and remove the global header. And I add a custom header. I can do 2 ways. I can add it from the library. So header 2. Or I can open it from scratch and then import it as I did before. So right now, if I would go to the home page, it will look like this. If I go to the contact page, right now scroll down, it looks like this. But if I go to the contact page, it appears like that. Well, there are a few things we can fix. We'll do that in a minute. So that's how it works. And then again, click over here. I go for add from the library. Sometimes that doesn't work, so I prefer build a new template for all posts. And then I go for a custom body, add from the library, and now it does work. Blog post, layout. Unfortunately, we don't have any blog posts, so we cannot see the results. If we take a look at the website again, you see not everything is working out as I want. Why? Because here at the theme customizer, we don't have all the options we have configured, and especially we don't have all the CSS. So in order to get that, we click over here, import, choose a file, and then web define Divi theme settings. Open, import, and now magically this looks great. And this is next to each other. Now the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. There are no blog posts yet, no portfolio, but you can add those items yourself. And you know by now, I have tutorials about that at ferdycorp.com. And then tutorials, Divi. And there I talk more about creating a header from scratch, portfolio, blog, footer, scroll effect, split testing, responsive design, Divi AI. So in a short amount of time, we have created this website. These links are blue. Let me see, theme customizer. Maybe it's a caching setting, because I think here it's good. And it says theme accent color, accent. So yeah, it's already working. So that's how you can import a website for free in a relative short amount of time. Did you know that more than 50% of the visitors of your website will view your website through a device like a tablet or a smartphone? Well, that means that it's really important to optimize your website for all devices. That's what we're about to do right now. By default, Divi is not doing the best job, in my opinion. Maybe that will be updated soon and it will become better. But right now, you need to do quite a few things, and I will show you step by step how you can do that. So, are you ready to optimize your website? I am. Let me show you how everything works. This is how our website looks right now. And we're gonna make it look great for all devices. So if I enable a visual builder, and I say Command or Control plus, I go to the tablet mode, or I go to this icon and then I click on tablet mode over here. So by default, it is doing this. Wow, so ugly. So let me show you how we can optimize it. And by the way, for the phone, it looks like this. So there are definitely a few things we can do to make it better. And that's what we're gonna do. So what I want to do over here, I want to bring everything to the center. So the first thing I will do, I will go to the section settings over here. Then I go to advanced, custom CSS. And at the main element, I don't need to write things over here at the main element of the section. No, I need to hover over here and go for the tablet. And now I can say text dash, and there it is. I hit enter, semicolon, center. And now this goes to the center. And the great thing is when we hit tablet instead of the main element, if I click over here, in the main element, there's nothing. So we need to make sure that we only fill in the details, those CSS settings in the tablet view. Otherwise, it will be applied to all devices, and that's not what we want. So if I go back to the desktop, the buttons here are at the left. And when I go to the tablet view, they're in the center. And the great thing is when I place something over here, automatically, it will always be applied to the smaller device. So automatically now the buttons are also in the center. So you see it over here in gray text. So automatically it grabs the style from the bigger device. So I go back to the tablet. I hover over here. Wait a minute. Tablet. Click over here. I go to design, text. I scroll down, and again, here at text alignment, I can say center, but if I do that, it works. But if I go to my desktop, it's also in the center. So again, make sure you don't do things over here, but you always click first on the tablet icon, and now I can bring it to the center. And when I go to the desktop, it's at the left. So that's how we can work. Really important. I don't know why they did it like this. If I was Divi, I would say if you're in tablet view, then only things for the tablet view will be applied. But they chose to do it differently. Well, okay. What I also see, it seems that this is not exactly in the center. So I can click over here. Okay, heading text, or I can go to text spacing. And what I see over here, there's a minus 35. So if I go to the tablet view, it's automatically getting the setting from the desktop. So over here, I don't want that. So I say 0, and now it will be brought to the center. And that means that it will only be brought to the center on a phone. So far, so good. Maybe I think, okay, this is quite big. So I click over here. For the tablet view, I go to design. And again to sizing. And again, I need to hover over here. And then for this device, I can say 450 pixels. That's an amazing size, but now it's not in the center. So I need to scroll down and again, hover over here, click on the tablet device and then module alignment center. Great. What I can do, I can just drag this around. Give it some more space. That's how easy it is. And then I think it looks great on the tablet. And if I go to the normal screen, it looks like this. And when I go to the smartphone, it looks like that. And there, this doesn't look that great. So I click over here, design, spacing. Sorry, just kidding. Okay, it's not funny. It was an error. So by default, it's taking the settings from the tablet, which says 450, but that's too big for the mobile. So I say 350 pixels. Wow, 3 pixels. Let's say 350 pixels. There you go. The smaller I make it, the better it will align in the center. So there are the lines. Then I can, if I want to, I can drag this up. So now on all 3 devices, it looks okay. I think it looks great. That's what I meant to say. But what I want to do, I want to show you something else. Because maybe you want to display 2 columns like this on a tablet. So in order to do that, let's click over here. Now I want to duplicate the whole section like that. Now we have 2 sections. Over here, I want to show you a different way on how to deal with this. I can go to the column settings, to advanced, custom CSS, and then at the main element, I can go for the tablet, and then I can say display, enter, flex, semicolon. Okay, now, did you see that? If I cut it, it looks like this. If I paste it, it looks like that. It's just flex now. It says, okay, when you end, I will arrive over here. And now I need to go back to content of the row settings. Then I need to go to the first column, click over here. Then I go to advanced, custom CSS, main element, tablet. And then I say the width should be, let's say 50%, exclamation, is that the right word? And then important, there it is, semicolon. Okay. I copy this. Then I go back to the second column area. So that's this area, advanced, custom CSS, tablet. And I also say that. So now it's 50-50. 50% is taking, 50% is taking this area. 51% is that. If you want to change that, you can say 40. And then over here, the first column, you can make it 60. So you take more space over here and less over here. If you do that, make sure that this is not weird, that it's not outside of the website. So I click over here. You know what? I will bring it back to 50-50. I think that's the best structure to divide it equally. And this is what I mean with it. It is a bit more complicated than some other page builders. I know with Elementor, I think it's doing a better job. It is doable, and that's why I show you how to do this. Let me see. I was talking and doing things at the same time. Did I do it the right way? 50, column 1, second column, 50. Okay. Yes. So now I click over here on the module. I go to design, to sizing, and I want to change it for the tablet to something smaller. So everything is over there within the frame. What I can do now, or what I need to do, I need to go to spacing, tablet, and at the bottom I want to bring this up a bit. So the margin, I can do that pixel perfect until I think this is it. Check mark. And then over here, wait a minute. Where can I drag this? Well, I can also go over here to design, spacing, and then for the tablet, I can decrease it. Awesome. So now we have 2 headers. So if I go to website, let me save it first. And I exit the Visual Builder. It looks like this. Looks the same, but if we make it smaller for tablet view, over here everything is below each other, and over here everything is next to each other. So what I prefer, I want to have this one for the desktop. I want to have this one for the tablet. And I want to have this one for the mobile. How can I do that? Let me show you. I go and enable the Visual Builder. So I go to the settings of the section, advanced visibility. So I want to show this version on the desktop and the mobile. So I will hide it on the tablet. Then I go over here to this section and I want to do it the other way around. So advanced visibility, and I want to hide it on a phone and on a desktop. So now I see for the homepage or the desktop, I see this one. Then I go for the tablet and I see this one. Then I go for the mobile and I see this one. So that's how you can optimize things in your website. Let's continue with the second area. There's so much more we can cover. Over here, we can also keep it simple. I think you can display it like this. You can also go to the row, to the design, spacing, sizing. And then here, click on the width for the tablet. And then you can say 450 pixels. And it looks like this. And then I can slide it to the left until I think, yeah, that's what I like. So I keep it with 450. And that's okay with me. Then I go to the phone and then I see it looks like this. So for the phone, I can decrease it again. But what I see, there's more space over here than over here. So let me check that. It can be a small glitch. I can also go to spacing. First to the tablet view. It looks great. The phone. Okay, so it's just a small glitch. That's because of this area. Okay, so if I would save this and I exit the Visual Builder and I go to the mobile view, I scroll down, it's perfectly aligned in the center. Enable the Visual Builder. I scroll down. So this looks great on a tablet, Command plus, Control plus. Now I go to the third area. But what I want to do for the tablet, I want to have this image below the text. So there's a trick for that. I go to the column settings, to advanced, custom CSS, main element. I hover over the tablet and now I can say flex dash direction, semicolon, and then I say column reverse. Nothing is happening, so I need to say enter and then display semicolon flex parentheses. Is that a parentheses? No, it is not. I don't know how it's called. Sorry. I should prepare better. So this is what it's doing right now. Then I want to go over here to design, spacing, and at the bottom, I want to increase it a bit. Let's say 20 pixels to give it some space. Since everything that is done over here will also be done on the phone, that means that on the phone, I also have the text on top and then the image. Okay, next part. Let's go to the tablet view first. Awards, we have one. Well, I think this can look better. It looks a little bit overwhelming, a lot of big images. So what I can do, I can go to the image, design, alignment, and then again for the tablet, I bring it to the center. And then I can go to sizing, and for the tablet, sometimes this happens that you don't see it, so I need to play around. There it is. For the tablet, I say 120 pixels. Better. Okay, next one. You know, same drill. You know the drill. Sorry, I did it wrong. First the tablet and then to the center. Sizing first. Come on, where are you? I think it's that one. 140 pixels. It's a bit small, so I can say 200. 220. Then the third one, design, alignment, tablet, center, sizing, tablet, 120 pixels. That's small. 220. Let's say 200. And then over here, design, alignment, tablet, center, sizing, 120. That's really small, but maybe that's better. So then I can also make this one a bit smaller. So that looks better. If you want to make it look worse, then just go to the view over here. It's just a bit weird. Oh, it's probably also because of the this area. Now it looks weird. It looks really weird. It's not in the center. So what I want to do at this row, click on the settings, which is not even possible, which is crazy. So I need to go to the tablet view. Then I need to go to the row settings. Then I need to go to advanced visibility. And I want to hide it on the phone because it looks weird. Now I want to hover over here, click on the plus, have one row with one column. I want to go for a gallery. So this is where I think, okay, come on, Divi, this should be easier. But hey, I will just show you how to work around it. I will add a few images, and those are the images I use already. Select them. Then I go to advanced, and I don't want to display this on a tablet or a desktop. So I go back to the phone view. Okay. Now I want to go to the elements, get rid of the title and pagination. So there they are. It doesn't look that good yet. When you hover over it, it looks like this. I don't want that. So I go to layout. It is a grid. This image is not complete. So I want to change the thumbnail orientation to portrait. That's better. I want to go to the overlay, make it invisible. So there's no overlay. Okay. Then I want to go to advanced, custom CSS, phone. This time, let me see where are the right ones. Okay. I want to bring this to the center. So I say text, align, center, and voila. So that's how you can fix it. And have I already shown that this is should only be shown? Yeah, I think so. Only be shown on a mobile. So that's how you can fix things like this, because this looks weird. I don't know why this is happening. So then there's the next area. Let's go to the tablet first. This looks so bad. I hope by default that things will look better on using the Divi theme, because this should be better. I know they are working on Divi 5 and Divi 6. I hope they will fix it. So what I want to do over here, I want to go to the column. There are 4 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4. Click on the first one, go to the background, and then background for the tablet, I want it to be green. Nice. Then I see there's no spacing at all. So I go to design of the first column, spacing, turn this on, and I say it's 20. And also from the left to the right, 20. Already better. Then I go back, and the first column, which is this one, I say right mouse click, extend the item styles throughout this row. And if I say extend, voila. Then I go to design, sizing, and the width for the tablet is 600 pixels. Not 6, I think, unless you prefer that, but I prefer 600. And wow, this looks great. So much better than what we saw a minute ago. I want to go to spacing, and for the tablet on top, I want to bring this up, bring it a bit closer. Then I go to the mobile view. So let me go to sizing. See how it does on a mobile. Then it looks like this. So on a mobile, I can decrease it, and it automatically goes to the center. So let's say 260. This is how you can make things look better. So I know it's a bit of work, but I'm really happy with the results. This looks great also on a mobile. And then we have our global element. So what I want to do over here for the tablet and spacing. Let's start with 0 and 0. I can even decrease this so everything comes a bit closer. I'm okay with this. Then I go for the phone, and that looks great. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we have done, let me show you. Exit the Visual Builder. This is our website on a desktop. This is our website on a tablet. And this is our website on a phone. I think it's amazing. One thing I want to do, just the finishing touch. I go to the mobile view. I want to go to this row, which is only for the phone. I want to go to sizing, the width of the phone, let's say 300 pixels. Make it smaller. I think that's so much better. Save it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And the principles I've taught you can also help you to do the same at the About page, the services page, and all the other pages. If you want to have an in-depth tutorial about Divi and CSS, go to ferdycorp.com, to tutorials, Divi, scroll down, and then search for the Divi responsive design tutorial. Not everybody wants to create a portfolio in their website. And that's why I decided to create a separate tutorial on how to create a portfolio. It's around 40 minutes, I guess. So putting it all in this one tutorial will make this tutorial around 7 hours. I think that will scare people away. So if you don't want to create a portfolio, you can just continue with this tutorial. And this is the portfolio we're going to create. So I have a lot of portfolio items. I can filter them like that. If I click on one, I can display a gallery or a video. I can navigate through the images. And then here below, we can see related work. And depending on the portfolio item, the category, so this is all photography. But if I would go to our work and then films and go to a video, then all the related ones are also video. So if you want to learn how to create that, go to ferdycorp.com, to tutorials, Divi, scroll down, and then go to create a portfolio area. Not everybody wants to create a blog in their website. Do I advise people to create a blog for the website? Yes, because the more content you create about the business you have, the more people can find your website through the organic search results. If you write high quality blog posts, and I have a tutorial on how to do that from scratch, it includes a lot of things like getting Google Analytics, applying for Google Search Console, rank math, so you can optimize your website and your blog post will be found better. Then on how to write high quality content, we're going to do market research. We're going to find the right keywords to use in your website, in your blog post. So if you want to learn how to do that, you can, let me see, click over there or take a look at the description, or I will show you in a minute. And if you don't want to create a blog post, you can follow along in this tutorial. And besides that, I have another tutorial, and that's on how to create a blog page using the Divi theme and how to implement blog posts on your homepage. Well, those tutorials, I will show you where you can find them. And if you want to follow those, you can follow them. And if you don't want to follow them, then you can continue with this tutorial. So I will show you right now where you can find those two tutorials. So I have the blog page over here. There are a few blog posts over here, and I can show you step by step how you can create this. So in order to find the tutorials, you need to go to ferdycorp.com, to tutorials, Divi, and over here you can find below the codes how to create a blog area in your website. So we have an amazing website that's optimized for all devices. Now it's time to talk about the theme builder. We've created a lot of content using the Divi theme, but we can do so much more. We can create headers, we can create footers, we can create blog pages, we can create blog post pages, portfolio pages. We can do so much more. So what I want to do, I want to start with creating a beautiful header for your WordPress website using the Divi theme. But since that is really a big subject, not everybody wants that. We already have a header, But if you want to learn how to do that, then follow this tutorial. You can see it over here, or I'll show you in a minute where you can find it. And then also how to create separate different headers for different pages. You can assign any header to any template. So you will learn a lot more about Divi. We're gonna go next level. I think you will like it. And then it's time to talk about the following, because we can also create a footer using the Divi theme. And also for that, I have a tutorial at ferdycorp.com, then tutorials, Divi, and there you can find it over here. It's, I think, a 30-minute tutorial where I show you step by step how you can use the theme builder to create a footer, a custom footer for your website. So what else? Do you know what you can do? You can do split testing within the Divi theme. This is amazing. You can create a homepage. We talked about the hero. You can split test the hero. So you can try out a different text, a different button. And then later on, you can see which version of your split test is performing better. And in that way, you can optimize every single aspect of your website. And when you optimize your website, that means that your conversion ratio will go up. That means that you can get more business, make more money, help more people. And I think that's what we all want. Maybe not all, but if you want that, you can do split testing. I have a separate tutorial about it. Again, go to ferdycorp.com to tutorials, Divi, and if you scroll down, you will find the split test tutorial, and there I'll dive deep into that amazing subject, split testing. And then last but not least, we can talk about Divi AI. When I go to the website and I enable a visual builder, I click over here. Now look at this. I can generate content with AI. So I click on it. Okay. I can improve this with AI. I can translate it. I can simplify it. I can shorten it. I can rephrase it. I can make it better. Use this text. And then I still can make it orange. Still the bug over here, the glitch. So I have a complete tutorial about it. It's not a complete tutorial yet. It's a first look of Divi AI since it's new. 60 minutes. There are a few things I like. There are a few things I don't like, but they can improve it. So over here you see it looks nice, but if the size is bigger of the image, it can look quite weird. I had some fun with it, and when it's more improved, I will make a new tutorial, and you will definitely find it over here. So go to Ferdy Corp, tutorials, Divi, and take a look over here to the most recent tutorial about Divi AI. So what I've done, I've created my portfolio. I've added blog posts. I have used a custom header from Divi. And if I scroll down, look at this. The logo changes, it becomes light, and it sticks with us. But if I go to the contact page, I said that on the contact page, there should be a different header. So I created a different one. So I can assign certain headers, certain footers to specific pages in the website. So this is the website we have created. I think it looks beautiful. It's optimized for all devices. I added my latest blog post over here because of the tutorial, the external tutorial, and our latest work, the portfolio tutorial. And then here's the footer. There's also a separate tutorial for that. And everything together, all those tutorials, and this one, of course, and then the few extra tutorials will give you this result. And of course, you can create the website you have in mind. I hope you're happy with the results. What I want to do now, let me tell you. Let me show you a few more follow-up tutorials you can follow so you can get the best out of your website and out of your business. I want to go to YouTube. The first one is Rank Math Tutorial. I hope mine comes up first. Yes, it's a year old. I will make a new one soon, but here you can see step by step how you can optimize your website for all devices so you'll be found better. Really important to apply this if you want to be found better, if you want your website to be found better. So I highly suggest you watch this tutorial. If you want to, you can start collecting emails from visitors. And I have this tutorial for you, ConvertKit tutorial 30, because I'm not sure if I will be number one over here. It has generated me a lot of money, as you see. And there you can see in 2.5 hours, it's a long in-depth tutorial. You can see how you can build an email list and monetize that email list while helping other people on autopilot. What else? If you want to sell things on your website, you can follow a WooCommerce tutorial. WooCommerce is a free plugin for WordPress. And there you can learn. Oh, there's a new one, by the way. This one, 2 months old. Wow, a lot of views already. Wow, that's nice. I wasn't aware of that. In that, this one is 4 hours. This one is 5 because every year I learn new things. And I want to tell you all those things so you can have the best experience possible. So if you want to sell things on your website, highly suggest you watch this video. And then the latest one, if you want to start with affiliate marketing, so you can start to promote other people's products in exchange for a commission. You want to learn how to do that through blogging. There is an affiliate marketing tutorial, Ferdy. I have a few ones. The recent ones is the longest one. No, this one is 6 hours. There is a recent one, 6 months old, almost 5 hours. And I show you real results in this one. So I start from scratch using nothing. And then, I show you everything I do until I see my first sale. And if you only want to learn how to create blog posts, you can follow this tutorial. And that brings me to the end of this video. Thank you for watching it. I hope you learned a ton of stuff. You know, there are a lot of external tutorials that are additions to this tutorial, but I did not want this tutorial to become 7 hours, to be 7 hours. I think 3.5. It's fine. So if you want to learn more things, you know where to find it. I will show you a few tutorials over here that you can follow about Rank Math, about ConvertKit, about WooCommerce, affiliate marketing. And then I wish you a great day. Good luck with your website. Good luck with your business. And thank you for watching this video. And feel free, of course, to like this video and subscribe for more upcoming tutorials. Okay, bye-bye.